Good morning and welcome to the Thursday, December 1st and Friday, December 2nd quarterly board meeting of the Medical Board of California. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 10:05 a.m. And if Ms. Lopez, if you could please call the roll for us.
Dr. Balad?
Here.
Mr. Brooks? Dr. Hawkins?
Here.
Dr. Hauser?
Here.
Ms. Zhang?
Here.
Ms. Lawson?
Here.
Ms. Lubiano?
Here.
Dr. Mawound? Mr. Ryu? Brew? Mr. Rue? Dr. Sai?
Here.
Dr. Thorpe? Mr. Watkins?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think we have a quorum. We've got it. All right, just a few housekeeping items. I'd like to ask all of us to please turn our mobile devices to silent. I know in the virtual environment it doesn't matter as much, but we can't mute ourselves here. So if we could all please turn every device we've got to silent. For those of you in the public, you may notice that board members are accessing their laptops, their phones, or other devices during the meeting. They're using these devices to access board meeting materials that are in electronic format. Government Code Section 11126.5 allows the board to remove people who willfully interrupt a meeting and to clear the room if order cannot be restored by removing or muting the disruptive people. If you're a member of the media and require assistance or information, please see the board's public information manager, Carlos Villatoro, who is stood up here in the back. We do have a designated time on the agenda for public comment, and we'll ask for public comment on each agenda item. This is an official business meeting of the Medical Board of California, and as such, disruptions of the board's business will not be tolerated. The board welcomes public comments on any item on the agenda, and it's the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. If for some reason I forget to ask for public comment on an agenda item and you wish to speak for that item, please do raise your hand or come forward and you will be recognized. I'd like to request all speakers complete a presenter slip so that I can call you by name at the appropriate time and that the record of the meeting can be full and complete. However, this is voluntary. Please give the speaker slips to Ms. Lopez, who's sitting here to my right. And I will do my best to call on everyone who has supplied a slip for the agenda item and recognize those who also wish to make a last-minute comment. This meeting is also available via teleconference. Individuals listening to the meeting will have an opportunity to provide public comment and will be assisted by a moderator who will be facilitating the teleconferencing process. For those members of the public who are participating by teleconference, please do wait till the moderator has introduced you before you make your comments. If you wish to request to make a comment during the public comment period, press star 1. You will hear a tone indicating that you're in the queue for comment. And if you change your mind and do not wish to make a comment, you can press star 2. Assistance will be available throughout the teleconference meeting, and to request a specialist, please press star 0. If you're making a comment, the host will audibly announce when 30 seconds remain to conclude your public comment. After 3 minutes have lapsed, the individual will be placed back on mute. And again, only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. During agenda item 2, public comments on items not on the agenda, the board has limited the total public comment period for individuals to 40 minutes. Therefore, after 40 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. During public comment on any other agenda item, 20 minutes will be allowed for the comment period. And after 20 minutes have elapsed, no further comments will be accepted. Again, each person will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. I'd like to request that all speakers please stay on topic and keep your comments to the allotted time. Today's meeting will be run in accordance with the Open Meeting Act as required by law, and we do plan to end today by 5 p.m. I've already called the meeting to order. A quorum is present, so we will be moving on to agenda item 2, which is public comments on items not on the agenda. Before I do call for these comments, I'd ask individuals making these comments to please not address any pending complaints, pending license applications, or pending disciplinary actions that may come before the board for a decision. Such discussions are considered ex parte communications with the board, as they could provide information to members that is outside of the record in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Therefore, such discussions could create a conflict, could lead to a board decision being challenged in Superior Court. The board can receive comments regarding the board's processes in general, but it cannot receive comments on specific case circumstances where a decision is still pending. In addition, the board requests that the members of the public please address the board as a whole and not individual members. Please be aware that public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the board members and unfortunately is not a discussion between the board members and the public. The only action board members can take at this time is to listen to comments and decide whether they'd like a future agenda item on the topic. No other action can be taken on this item at this meeting. Though this may seem at times like the board members are not being responsive, again, following these guidelines is critical to ensure the rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed and to avoid compromising the speaker's goals or the board's mission. If you want to comment on a specific item on our agenda, please do wait until we get to that agenda item. Comments at this time are only for items that are not on the board's agenda. Please again limit your comments to 3 minutes. Are there any comments from those present in the hearing room first? Just one moment while I get the speaker slips here. Thank you. All right. The first public comment is from Madeline Wisner, the California Association of Licensed Midwives. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Madeline Wisner, and I'm a licensed midwife representing the California Association of Licensed Midwives. First, I would like to thank the Medical Board for its continued endorsement of a licensed midwife board. We applaud the Sunset Report's recognition of the need to address both costs and the ways in which a midwifery board will expand the benefits and protections available to the rapidly growing number of citizens in our state who are choosing to give birth at home and in freestanding birth centers. As it stands now, members of the public are not protected. Without our own professional board, licensed midwives are significantly hindered in our ability to monitor and assess emerging patterns in outcomes and practices. Having this regulatory blind spot as a profession also interferes with our ability to promptly identify and implement quality improvement initiatives and to keep abreast of the changing big picture needs of California's birthing families. Worse, pregnant people insured by Medi-Cal continue to be denied CPSP services with licensed midwives because statutorily mandated regulations have remained unpromulgated since 2014. This is a direct result of the inherent conflict of interest. When one profession is charged with regulating a profession it is in direct competition with. Instead of leading the nation in state-of-the-art midwifery regulation, California lags behind with just 3 other states in continuing to regulate licensed midwives under a medical board. In our case, a medical board that spent the better part of the 20th century using its regulatory power over midwives first to suppress and eventually to eliminate the profession altogether in 1949. Despite emerging consensus about the value of transitioning to a licensed midwife board in California, questions have been raised about costs. There are a number of reasons why the idea that midwives are unique among professions in being unable or unwilling to afford funding their own regulatory board is a red herring. Often ignored in the discussion is the fact that Licensed Midwifery Fund, which funds the licensed midwife program under the management of the MBC, has a surplus of well over $300,000. This is in addition to the recent 50% fee increase, which was recommended by the MBC Feeds study to ensure that any gaps between the costs of running the program and its level of funding are closed. Moreover, the fee study and Sunset Report failed to take into account the steady and consistent growth of the profession since licensure for midwives trained in out-of-hospital maternity care was reinstated in 1993. We appreciate that questions about the costs of a licensed midwife board will continue until we can have a full and transparent accounting of the true costs of the existing program. calls on the
Ms. Meisner?
NBC to join us in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to get used to using these comment cards. I have Wendy Connor up next.
Which one? Does it matter?
That I don't, I think over here, but that I don't
Okay.
know. Thank you. Wait,
Hi, my name is Wendy Connor, and I represent patients everywhere. I've been lobbying with the board for 22 years. 22 years ago, a doctor blinded me in one eye, and I am now permanently blind. I took it to the board, and the board let him continue practicing another 5 years. And then when he almost killed someone, he was 79 years old, and they let him retire and surrender his license, and he was never given a punishment. But that's not why I'm here. Why I'm here is because medical records are legal documents. In any legal action, a medical record is referred to, and it cannot be changed. Doctors are using the same template on every single patient. I went to a doctor 4 visits, and I have copies of my records, and in my records, he had me listed as an incontinent, heavily smoking male with a prostate issue. Now, I was born female, and as far as I know, I have no prostate. When I went to him and asked him to correct the records, he said I had to sign an affidavit that I would not take him to the medical board. And at that, I laughed, because I lobbied with the medical board in Sacramento in 2005 for AB 2260, that there is no gag clause to stop you from going to a state regulatory agency. He refused to change the record. I took it to the board. I made a complaint. I sent them a copy of the records with marked up corrections of what should be, and the board found him innocent. The board said he had done nothing wrong. I lost faith in the board. I'm like, this is crazy. I don't have a prostate. I don't smoke. I'm not male. But according to these legal documents, that's what the record says. And I want the board to be aware that there are doctors who are lazy, and they use the same template on every single patient, whether it's accurate or not. And the fact that there's a lot of doctors who don't even know what a gag clause is and have no idea that we got the bill AB 2260 with Lou Correa. I went to Sacramento and I testified before judiciary representatives and Senate, and we got the bill to pass.
Please
But-
conclude.
Pardon?
Please conclude.
Doctors are not aware of this, and I'm disgusted that the board found him innocent. That's it.
Thank you for your public comment. I do, Ms. Connor, see that I have a couple other speaker slips for you. Were those for other items on
Yes,
today's
ma'am.
agenda? If I could just ask you maybe to check in with Ms. Lopez about which items they are, because these are for the non-agenda items.
These are all non-agenda items.
Well, there's one opportunity to comment on items not on the agenda, which is right now. And there's one opportunity.
Right, that's why I on the list, I skipped so that other people could go in between. I was told that there was no limit as to how many comments you could make.
No, there is one 3-minute period per person for agenda item.
Okay, well, I have two other agenda items.
You're free to comment on other agenda items.
Okay.
Once it comes to that
Once
point.
it's my turn again. I get it.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Thank you. Those are all the speaker slips that I have. Is there anybody else in the room who'd like to make a public comment? All right, please come forward. I guess you can make a line. Or you can give your speaker slip to Ms. Lopez. Okay. for non-agenda items. Sorry. It's agenda item 2, but yeah, okay. Oh, I see, okay. All right, apologies for that. Wendy, connect, please.
I'm sorry, did you ask me back?
No, misconnect.
Yeah, here.
I think over here.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Connect, and first off, I would like to thank TJ Watkins for having the integrity and the ultimate concern for the citizens of California to bring the board issues forward. Personally, I'm outraged at what has recently come out about the ethics of the board and the Attorney General. As bad as I thought things were, I had no idea the extent of the problems, which seem to be very clear right now. I know that as a complainant, I am treated with little respect, and there's no transparency, and we have no rights as complainants. But I was also just astounded to find out the lack of transparency that is afforded the board in making decisions that affect the lives of all of us and keep dangerous doctors at work harming others. To find out the methodology the board works by, only receiving Deputy Attorney General's summaries and not being allowed to see the original complaints or documents in any case, it's just egregious and unacceptable. But I have to wonder, and I think we all have to wonder, why is the board okay with this? How can you sleep at night knowing that you're making decisions on very likely erroneous or skewed facts? Seems to be a lot of conflicts of interests, and which creates the protection of doctors, dangerous doctors, over the protection of the public. As it stands now, doctors know they can say anything, write anything to the board, and nothing will be verified by the board. That's what you are making decisions on. A patient should not have to sue a doctor in order to get documents that have gone to the board. This is how I found out that my doctor handed in 10 pages of lies. And ironically, my husband is a physician. And when we got this discovery, he's like, oh, he's in a lot of trouble now. The board's going to get this. They're going to definitely, we have proof. And he's like, that was 4.5 years ago. And that doctor is still at large, harming other people. So I think good doctors are afraid of the medical board, but bad doctors just aren't. We didn't know the process at that time, and we didn't know that there were no fact checkers or that the complainants were not given credibility even after a litigated case is handed to the medical board and the AG's office. I just don't know how the public can be protected when dangerous doctors know they can lie and get away with it, delay prosecution as long as possible, and then in the meantime, keep offending and causing harm. How is this public protection? This is beyond disheartening and disturbing. This is a travesty of justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Connect. Next, I have Marianne Hollingsworth, please.
Hello, can you hear me with the mask on? Are we good? Okay. Good morning. My name is Marianne Hollingsworth. I'm a patient safety advocate. The call for action by Mr. Watkins in last night's story from NBC is a very welcome move to increase patient safety and board accountability. I encourage everyone on the board to join Mr. Watkins and the advocates in backing this legislation proposal. By doing so, you will be fulfilling the mission statement of the board and putting patient safety first. California has always been a leader in consumer rights, so it makes sense for the board to support patient rights in these legislative requests. Also, at a recent meeting, the board spoke about the possibility of having an advisory committee to be formed to increase member awareness of issues dealing with both doctors and consumers. A decision was made to pursue the formation of a committee. I was hoping to see the advisory committee issue on the agenda at this meeting, but it isn't there, unfortunately. I encourage you to form an advisory committee as quickly as possible. As I discussed at the last meeting, this committee's purpose would be to advise the board on current issues. The board, in return, could act on the advice if found applicable. Please consider an advisory committee sooner rather than later, particularly with these legislative proposals pending. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hollingsworth. Next up, I have Eric Andrist.
Mahatma Gandhi once said, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then we win. Over the years that I've been monitoring this board, many of you have laughed at me and fought me, and most certainly have ignored me. On top of that, though, you've lied to me, blatantly broken laws to keep public information from me, and stripped me of my rights, causing me an insurmountable amount of money and anguish on top of the loss of my sister, and for my own screwed up surgery at the hands of a dangerous doctor. This board is corrupt, and you all know it. If you sit there and play along to further your political careers or to add a prestigious entry to your resumes, you're personally just as corrupt. And for that, I say shame on you. Every turn I've made trying to hold this board accountable, the door opened and I found Carrie Webb, staff attorney, standing there blocking the path to patient safety and incompetence, manipulations, and deceit. When I reported her actions to this board, you all just sat back and ignored me. When I wrote letters begging for help and answers, the powers that be subpoenaed my entire Facebook account behind my back, and I know you have all been instructed to never respond to me. Have you ever wondered what they're so afraid of? You've come to the meetings lying to the world with your condescending, we hear your pain, and the fictitious, we fight for patient safety. That's bullshit. You and our corrupt Attorney General's office, including its henchman Gloria Castro, fight for dangerous doctors. You force your employees, who I hope will find their scruples and stand with us as well, to fight for dangerous doctors. Once in a great while, when the press outs you, you throw the world a bone just to make it look like you're doing your job on all of the complaints. The world knows you're not. You can no longer pull the wool over our eyes because we now have the evidence proving your incompetence and deceit. We now have a voice that is willing to stand up and tell the legislature how they've been lied to and how badly this board is doing its job. You now have an opportunity as we come to this crossroads to make a decision and show the world where your morals lie. You can choose to perpetuate the status quo and make the CMA patient safety killers happy, or you can do your job and stand up for patient safety. Because of the lies that this board has perpetrated on the world and because of the vast treasure trove of evidence we've amassed, because one man was brave enough to stand up and do what's right, we now have the power to make change to this board. It's your choice where you fall in this effort. Will you go down with this sinking ship, or will you step up and fight for those harmed by dangerous doctors? If you choose the wrong side today, we will be taking notes. We won't allow you to ignore and laugh and to lie at us any longer. You are accountable to the people of this state, not the CMA. You're behaving like bullies, and as Cory Booker once said, quote, Americans to our best, stand up to bullies and fight those who seek to demean and degrade others, close quote. How many of you will choose to continue to be bullies, and how many of you will call on your sense of morals and bravery and do the right thing? I can promise you that we will look back on our lives with regret. You will look back on your lives with regret if you choose to protect dangerous doctors
Please conclude.
over the accountability for harmed patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrus. That's the last speaker slip I've got for people here in the hearing room. Is there anybody else who'd like to make a public comment at this time? We've already taken you, Ms. Connor, for a public comment, so you'll have to comment on a different agenda item.
I have a different agenda item. They've let me do multiple speaking in the past.
You can only speak once on items not on the agenda, but if you have public comment on an agenda item, when we get to that item, you will be able to provide comment at that time. Okay?
Did they change the rules? Because in the past, I was allowed to do multiple speaking on multiple items.
I'm sorry, you can only speak once on the agenda item.
This
So
is a
you've had your
non-agenda
opportunity, and so now we're going to move on to the next agenda item.
This is a non-agenda item.
All right, so this is agenda item 2, public comments on items not on the agenda. There's one opportunity per commenter during that time. And so we afforded you that time just a few minutes back. We're going to go right now to the teleconference line to see if we have any comments there. It looks like we've got 4. Go ahead and get started with the first one.
Ms. Kateki, your line is... Hello? My name is Azadeh Katibi. I appreciate this time for public comment. I am a physician trained at the top schools, and I'm also a patient. I'm commenting on Bill AB 2098, which has been signed into law and will go into effect January 1st, which says that any physician and surgeon who goes against consensus opinion is engaging in misinformation. This law chills the speech of doctors, so patients no longer have authentic access to hearing what their doctors really think. That means that doctors are no longer fulfilling their ethical fiduciary obligation to their patients, and they are no longer acting in their patients' best interest, which is the ethical principle of beneficence that all doctors must adhere to. My colleagues are afraid to tell patients what they really think because they're afraid of getting investigated. This law is putting patients like me at risk by promoting unethical medical practice. Doctors are ethically required to act in the individual patient's best interest and act as the patient's fiduciary. Both the ACLU of Southern California and the ACLU of Northern California have come out against this law being unconstitutional. As government officials, you have a duty to uphold the Constitution of the United States and to ensure that doctors are fulfilling their fiduciary responsibility to their patients. They can't fulfill their fiduciary obligations for their patients when they're afraid to speak out for fear of being investigated and getting their licenses taken away. There are already codes of conduct in place for doctors in the California Professional Code. I ask that you recognize and speak out against AB 2098 as members of the Medical Board of California who have a responsibility to making sure that doctors are fulfilling their ethical responsibilities to their patients by acting as their patient's fiduciary and acting in what they believe is going to promote a role of beneficence. Thank you for advocating for patients for ethical medical care with regard to COVID-19. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you for your public comment. We'll move to the next commenter.
Susan Lauren.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? You can hear me, okay. Thank you, Mr. Watkins, and all the hardworking patient safety advocates. California needs to focus on preventing medical harm. I'm putting out a call right now, right here, to ethical doctors to speak up and help me to change the California liposuction code. Many of you know liposuction is harmful, not beneficent or benign. All it takes for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Liposuction, a procedure that removes, burns, or freezes fat cells, is a harmful, dangerous procedure. Fat is an endocrine organ. The cells store and transport hormones. When you change the body homeostasis via liposuction, objective scientific evidence shows it leads to increased disease processes in the long term and aesthetic problems. Simply put, doctors are causing disease, structural harm, and death to healthy and other people. Since liposuction is harmful due to the biology of fat and is the cause of much morbidity and mortality, why does California allow it? The Ford Pinto was taken off the market because of the harm and fatalities it caused. Why does bad medicine get a pass? The medical board is supposed to take into account the most current clinical and scientific information regarding liposuction, but they don't. There's no science to it. California needs to crack down on plastic surgery. Many procedures came into vogue for cosmetic, not health reasons. Look around you. You will see beautiful and healthy people ruined by these surgeons. Others are dead. When I was athletic and healthy at my perfect muscular weight, I went to Saul Berger for advised breast reduction. He carried out a striking example of physical abuse while I was unconscious in his private ambulatory center. The medical board, DCA and AG, abetted in a cover-up. Terry Dubrow, medical board expert, lied in my civil case. He used his medical board credentials to sway my jury. It should be unlawful to abuse medical board credentials in this way. The Military Health Agency banned Terry Dubrow, sanctioned him from 2018 to 2028 for repeated abuse. This was no surprise to me. Tom McAndrews, who defended Berger several times, staged a corrupt cover-up. McAndrews also defended other surgeons who were accused of serious medical negligence that resulted in death. According to Dubro's deposition in my case, McAndrews and Dubro have worked together repeatedly. It seems to me, based on my direct actions with them, this is organized crime sanctioned by the medical board. For more informed information about liposuction, punch in Patient Safety Action Network. Search liposuction. Read the first link. It says, what are the dangers of liposuction? And I'll repeat that. Punch in Patient Safety Action Network. Search liposuction. Read the first link. It says, what are the dangers of liposuction? I have more to say. I'll say it later. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Excuse me. The next commenter, please.
Virginia, your line is open.
Hello. Thank you, TJ and the advocates. I'm not sure what happened, but I appreciate whatever happened. So thank you. I wish all the board members would stand up and advocate like that instead of hiding behind their cat when I'm talking to them. So I appreciate the diversity aspect and adding all this to the meetings. I think it's very important, but you're missing and excluding the most vulnerable population, those harmed from medical errors or errors and harm. Your licensee spends billions of dollars of licensing against us. We end up living in pain, disabled, traumatized, impoverished, often homeless, and there are zero resources for us. If I was a criminal, I would have a lot more resources than I do as a harmed patient. No one is lobbying for us. The legislators ignore us due to the CMA and the doctor's company, and these are your licensees. We are your primary stakeholders. The public, you are taxed to ensure our safety. We are never an agenda item on how to prevent the harm from happening, how to keep us safe after harm happens. We're harmed, again, the medical care we experience after errors is also harmful due to the harmful deny and defend, coupled with false records, as somebody previously talked about, which is kind of different, but our records are false. They do use a template. My records are parroted on and on and on from other doctors without asking my true history. I haven't had correct medical records since before my medical error in 2009. They refuse to correct my medical records. It's causing more harm. And instead of us, the most vulnerable population, having an agenda item, we're ignored. We've been asking since 2018 to do something about liposuction, do something about medical records, do something about trauma-informed care, do something about listing doctors on the website so like 30 people don't get harmed from a doctor to kill somebody. And speaking of that, when somebody kills somebody by having a non-licensed professional do surgery on them, why is it only 60 days surrender? That guy should be in jail. He shouldn't just lose his license for 90 days. If anybody else did that, they would be in jail for 10 years instead of on probation for 10 years. So I'm really concerned about that and really confused. And now people continue to be hurt by him, and hopefully the next case doesn't take from 2018 to 2022 to deal with.
Please conclude.
And you deal with the next cases sooner. We need trauma-informed care and the pain guidelines. We need education and the pain guidelines, such as women's health and pain. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. I think we still have one person on the line.
Christina, your line is open.
Thank you. Hi, Christina Hildebrand, the Voice for Choice Advocacy. We educate and advocate for informed choice and transparency of what goes into your body. I have a lot to say because you don't have much on your agenda items. So number one, TJ Watkins, thank you so much for coming out. I really hope, and I will reiterate what other people have said, that the rest of the medical board recognizes what needs to be done and doesn't shun TJ and throw him off the board or get him, thrown off, because he is the one voice here that actually stands up for the patient and the consumers. So thank you for doing that. One of the things in the article that was put out last night that I noticed was that he mentioned he was working with advocates on a bill for the patient voice in the complaint process and some that program. A Voice for Choice Advocacy is a 501c4. We do a lot of lobbying and legislative advocacy on many different areas that have to do with informed choice and transparency. We are shopping a bill currently to legislators on including the patient voice in the complaint process. So I don't know how to get in touch with the rest of the advocates, but you're welcome to get in touch with me. My email is info@avoiceforchoiceadvocacy.org. Again, info@avoiceforchoiceadvocacy.org. I would love to get together and get this legislation passed this year. The other thing that I am amazed by is that on your legislation plan for your agenda today or tomorrow, whenever it is, you have all the 2022 legislation. The biggest one, the one that has gotten the most press, is not on there. AB 2098, misinformation, disinformation from the doctors regarding COVID. I would really like to see the medical board come out with a statement similar to the amicus briefs that have been written by the ACLU in the lawsuit that states what the governor put in his signing statement, which is that this bill should not have a chilling effect on physicians and surgeons who need, and I'm reading his signing statement now, who need to be able to effectively talk to their patients about the risks and benefits of treatment for a disease that appeared just in the last few years. He said he is confident that discussing emerging ideas or treatments, including the subsequent risks and benefits, does not constitute misinformation or disinformation under this bill's criteria. I and many, many others and thousands of doctors are not convinced that that is how the medical board reads this bill. So we need the medical board to come out with a statement stating how you interpret AB 2098 and how you interpret the standard of care and current scientific consensus, which is the wording of misinformation and the definition in that bill. I would like to suggest that there is and I sent these to you, the medical board, after the legislative patient advocacy meeting the last time. There is a list in the Knox-Keene Act, and I understand that's the Insurance Act, but there is a list of guidelines of what should and shouldn't be used. In that case, it's for getting insurance for off-brand treatments or I don't remember what it's called, but off-label treatments. But that would be an amazing thing to use. We really need the standard of care defined so that doctors understand what they can say. Yes, thank you. Those are my main points. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Are there any other commenters? We have two more. Okay, next one.
Christine Autumn, your line is open.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please continue.
Thank you. This is Kristen Ogden. Good morning. I am speaking today in follow-up to a letter I have sent the board with 5 attachments.
Ms. Ogden.
Some of you are
Ms.
aware.
Ogden. I
Yes?
just want to ask that you please not reference a case by name. I don't want to have to interrupt you, so please don't say the doctor's name on a pending matter, okay?
All right. I did not realize this is not a matter pending that I know of with the board, but I will certainly do as you ask.
Thank you.
Some of you are aware that a particular doctor in the LA area was given an immediate suspension order that required him to immediately cease prescribing controlled drugs. The only justification given was that Dr. Bakoff's continued registration constitutes an imminent danger to the public health or safety. There was no advance warning, no opportunity to provide each patient with 30-day prescriptions for their medications, no opportunity to assist patients to find another physician, nor any opportunity to assist patients to begin tapering opioid pain medications. The DEA's actions showed total disregard for continuity of care, possible harms to patients from abrupt cessation of medication, and it showed total disregard for warnings over the past couple of years from CDC, FDA, this medical board, not to abandon chronic pain patients. In this situation, the doctor involved has, in essence, been forced to abandon his patients. We estimate that 240 to 250 of the doctor's patients are being affected. For many families, this is the second or third time that something like this has happened to interfere with their care, and by doing so, endangered their lives. I feel strongly that unless the citizens and the leadership of this state stand up and demand change, actions like this will continue to take place, notwithstanding your Pain Patients Bill of Rights, your policy against patient abandonment, and any other patient-focused policies that you seek to put in place. We, the patients and families harmed by action taken in this case, are standing up. We have hired an attorney to represent the affected patients as a group. That attorney has initiated action seeking to intervene on behalf of the patients in the matter at hand. At least 11 affected patients have chosen to have their names revealed. As interveners in a motion, they have signed an extensive HIPAA waiver regarding disclosure of their identities, their medical records, and any privacy or disclosure of their information. They also have submitted their personal stories, including the probable impact on them if the suspension order is not canceled so that the doctor can return to practice. I have forwarded the documents involved with this to the medical board along with a letter that I have sent. And we hope that you will read these documents and take to heart the legal argument and the patient stories of expected impacts. It has now been 30 days since this action was initially taken. Two persons have committed suicide as a result, one male patient and his wife. Others are experiencing very serious complications as a result. Two persons have committed suicide and many more are experiencing serious complications as a result of sudden cessation. We believe it's probable that more people will die if this order is not canceled. We call on this board to stand up now, contact Governor Newsom and urge him to call President Biden and strongly insist
Please move
that
on to the next commenter.
Cease. Comment.
The next comment, please.
Monty Garda, your line is open.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment. I'm a resident, licensed civil engineer in California, and I speak for my wife who suffers loss of life function due to undertreated pain. I endorse the previous comments of Kristen Ogden. I also urge the board confirm a statement of principles for presentation to the Governor of California by the President of the Medical Board. The DEA's actions in California on the 1st of November, which directly led to hundreds of patient abandonments, already resulting in 2 suicides on November 7th, negates all the positive steps the board has taken or plans to take to re-engage physicians in the treatment of pain within California. If the DEA is not brought under the control, not a thing the medical board does will cause California physicians to return to the care of those afflicted with incurable severe chronic pain. Patients all across California are actively being denied treatment for agonizing pain due to the ethically insupportable witch hunt being conducted in California by the U.S. DEA. This is an immediate crisis endangering the lives of innocent patients. The medical board must lobby, as Kristen suggests, the governor to phone the President of the United States, asking that the DEA be publicly directed to stand down and to withdraw all registration to prescribe controlled substances suspension actions now underway in this state. Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your public comment. Is that the last commenter? Okay, looks like we have no further public comments on the line. Is there anyone who wants a last-minute opportunity? Here, we're concluded with public comments on agenda item 2, items not on the agenda. So we will move on to agenda item 3, which is approval of the minutes from the August 25th, 26th, 2022 quarterly board meeting. However, before we do that, I wanted to just, in case anybody is waiting on the line for agenda item 10, which is entitled Discussion on Mandatory Reporting Requirements, due to an illness, we're going to be postponing that particular item. So I wanted to say that right up front, just in case anyone's waiting around for that. We'll probably be taking that up at a future board meeting. All right, back to agenda item 3, which is approval of the minutes. Members, are there any additions or corrections to the August board meeting minutes? All right, I'm not seeing
I move
any.
they be adopted.
Thank you. I have a motion from Dr. Thorpe,
I second.
second from Dr. Helzer. All right, are there any public comments from those in the hearing room? I don't think I have any speaker slips, but if anybody wants to make a comment, just let me know. All right, are there any comments on the line? Okay, we have no public comments here, so we'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion or comments? All right, seeing none, Ms. Lopez, if you would please perform the roll call vote.
Dr. Balat?
Yes.
Mr. Brooks? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Second. Ms. Zhang?
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood? Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Sai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes. Did we get Dr. Thorpe on that one?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she got me, but
Yeah.
but I was in favor, whatever.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item 4, which is the president's report. I just have a brief report. I wanted to, again, wish you all good morning and thank you all for joining us here in Los Angeles. I wanted to welcome Nicole Zhang to her first in-person meeting as a board member. And I also wanted to welcome Dr. Michelle Balat to her first in-person meeting since she was reappointed to the board. We're grateful for your willingness to serve, and we look forward to your participation and engagement in our important work. It's, of course, great to be back in Southern California for an in-person meeting. While teleconference meetings are certainly convenient and they can make our meetings more accessible in a state as large as ours, I appreciate the opportunity to collaborate in person with our staff, the public, and with all of you board members. Thank you to all of you from the public who've joined us in person today. And we also hope that the call-in feature continues to provide those of you who can't be here in person a meaningful opportunity to participate in our board's work. As you know, it's another sunset review year. I look forward to a robust discussion of our draft 2022 sunset report during tomorrow's session. The sunset review process gives us an opportunity to assess the effectiveness and the performance of the medical board and to work in partnership with the legislature to ensure that we have the resources and tools we need to advance our mission of consumer protection. We have many opportunities for improvement, and I look forward to hearing your ideas. Reflecting on the work that we've done since our last quarterly board meeting, I was pleased that at our October special meeting, we were able to make progress on the board's 5-year strategic plan, which will help guide and prioritize the work of the board through 2027. All of the information gathered and the work completed there is currently being synthesized and reviewed by our staff, and I anticipate that we'll be in a position to review and approve a final plan in the first or second quarter of 2023. I will close with wishing you all good health as we head into the traditional winter cold and flu season. Happy holidays to all of you. And I'll look first to my board colleagues for comments or for questions, and then we can open it up for public comment. All right, let's go to public comment, please. Do we have any comment from those in the room? Please.
My comment is about pain management doctors. I think they are nothing more than drug pushers. Their only reason
Sorry, ma'am, do you have a comment on the president's report? Now your comments have to be particular to the agenda item.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from those in the room on the president's report? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the phone, please. No comments on the phone. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. That is not an action item, so we will move on to agenda item 5, which is board member communications with interested parties. Do any members have any communications to report? Carrie, I don't know, maybe you want to give just an overview of what we're required to report since we've some new folks.
Sure, this is just an opportunity to report communications with individuals that may influence your decision-making on items that appear on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction. An example would be if you met with a lobbyist on a bill being considered, other individuals that may influence your recommendations for the sunset review, that type of thing.
Dr. Hawkins.
Dr. Hawkins, please.
I'm not sure if it applies, but I have ongoing participation forums related to medical students and physicians in training and physicians in private practice regarding the board's mission and the very, very specific role that the physicians have in the practice of medicine.
Thank you. Additional comments? Ms. Lubiano?
Thank you. I took an introductory meeting with Ms. Michelle Montserrat Ramos.
Great, thank you.
I have a few.
Mr. Watkins?
Yes, I took a meeting with Michelle Montserrat Ramos. I took a meeting with Denise Johnson, Eric Andres, Tracy Dominguez, Alka Airy, Javier De Leon, Marianne Hollingsworth, Susan Lauren, Catalin Johnson from the NBC LA, Wendy Connect, and I took a meeting with Coleman Barber from Consumer Watchdog, and I also met with Nick Rowley.
Thank you. Additional board member communications?
I was reached out by a physician, Dr. Malik, and I recommended that he should directly contact the board.
Great, thank you. Additional communications? All right, just for my own, I mean, in my role as the board's president, I field communications sometimes on a daily basis from, whether they're interested organizations or physicians looking for direction to the right person or interested stakeholders, that sort of thing. So I continue to do those, but nothing beyond my official responsibilities. All right, thank you. I guess we have public comments. Mr. Andrist?
Just a question that I know you can't answer directly, but do you all have to get permission from the executive staff or the board before you speak to people outside of?
This is not a back and forth, but the answer is no.
Well, that was rude. God.
I just answered your question, Mr. Andrist.
Well, I know, but it was a rude retort. Be nice.
Any other public comment? Please? This is on board member communications with interested parties.
I'm just curious, when did pain management doctors come into being? They're not specialists in their field, and a lot of doctors pass off their patients to drug dealers.
I'm sorry, but this is not on topic.
No, but this is my question. When did pain management doctors become a thing?
Ms. Connor, we can talk offline, but it's not, you're not providing comment on the agenda item, which is on interested, communications with interested parties.
Well, this is a communication, and I'm an interested party.
It's not on the, you're not being responsive to the agenda item, which is the board members report their communications with interested parties.
Oh,
so
okay.
maybe we can talk on a break.
Oh, who would I talk to?
I'm happy to talk to you and see if I can connect you with the proper staff.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. It looks like we've got one comment on the line.
Christina, your line is open.
Thank you. Christina Hildebrand from A Voice for Choice Advocacy. I would like the board, I understand the email for the board is webmaster@nbc.ca.gov. This is one of the only boards where individual board members do not have an email that you can, if interested parties wish to communicate with a board member, that they can get in touch with that board member. I will put it out there again. My email is info@avoiceforchoiceadvocacy.org, and I would like to speak to each of the individual board members individually about legislation. And I, barring sending it to Webmaster, which I never get a response from, I have no idea whether it goes into a void or whether I actually get my emails. I would ask that interested parties be given a way to directly communicate with individual board members, please.
Thank you. Any additional? It looks like we have one more.
Virginia, your line is open.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to TJ for connecting with all the advocates and developing this bill. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's it. I wish other board members would join in the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farr. Any additional public comments? All right, we'll move on to agenda item 6, which is updates from external stakeholders. And we're going to take an update from the Attorney General's office first. Is Ms. Castro on the line?
No, her report's in writing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not reading my agenda here. Apologize. Ms. Castro has submitted her update in writing for this meeting. So we're going to hear from Ms. Geer from the Department of Consumer Affairs first. My apologies.
Madam Chair, the AG update, where was that provided?
It should be on SharePoint, right? Looking to Janelle?
I'm sorry. For what agenda?
The Attorney General's office update.
It was uploaded to SharePoint.
The board doesn't have any opportunity to talk with Ms. Castro today?
She's not available today, no.
That's extremely unfortunate.
All right. Well, if there are questions for her, we can talk about what those questions are, and then we can pass them along to her.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the public doesn't know what they are.
The Attorney General's update is a public document, so that's in the agenda. It's agenda item 6A. So
We know what Richard Thorpe says to her.
For the questions are going to be talked about during this meeting, and then we'll pass those along to Ms. Castro.
Yeah, but how will we know what they are?
Well, Mr. Andrews, I assume because when we talk about the questions, you'll hear them when we're speaking about them, and then we'll pass them along.
How? You're sending them out to us?
You're going to hear us talk about them in a minute.
He just said that he wanted to talk to Gloria Castro. You're not understanding.
I am understanding what you're saying. We're going to have a conversation here about the things we'd like to hear from Ms. Castro about, and then we'll pass those along. And then at our next meeting, if someone from the AG's office is available, we can have a discussion about those.
Not what was
I'm
said.
going to move on to update from the Department of Consumer Affairs. We're just switching the order. Ms. Geer, thank you for joining us.
Hello and good morning, President Lawson, Vice President Hawkins, and members of the board. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to provide the Department of Consumer Affairs update today. My name is Melissa Geer, and I am the new Deputy Director for Board and Bureau Relations. I was appointed by the governor and joined the department on October 3rd. I previously served as the Chief Deputy Legislative Director at the Department of Insurance since 2014. I also served at the California State Teachers Retirement System, California Attorney General's Office, and the Legislative Analyst's Office, and was an Executive Fellow at the California Department of Education. In addition to my appointment, the governor recently appointed Yvonne Durantes as the Assistant Deputy Director to Board and Bureau Relations. Ms. Durantes joined the department on November 14th. She previously served as the Senior Emergency Services Coordinator at the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, or Cal-OES, since 2002, and a Policy Analyst and Task Force Coordinator since 2019. She was an Executive Fellow at Cal-OES from 2018 to 2019. Yvonne and I are a small and mighty team and are very excited to to work with and assist all of you on all of your boards and all of our other boards and bureaus. We also have another staff announcement. We are pleased to announce the appointment of Kathleen Nichols as Chief of the Division of Investigation. She will be sworn in on December 5th. Ms. Nichols has extensive law enforcement experience with over 26 years of investigating and supervisory experience. Her experience will assist in bringing consistency between the units within the division. The department will begin the process to fill the deputy chief position in the Health Quality Investigations Unit as soon as possible. Please help us welcome Ms. Nichols to her new role. Also, another update is related to the DCA Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Steering Committee. Director Kimberly Kirkmeyer established the department's first Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Steering Committee, or DEI committee, to guide the department in its equity strategy, initiatives, and action plans. The DEI committee held its official kickoff meeting on November 9th and will convene the second meeting in January 2023. I would like to give a special thank you to Reggie, the Medical Board of California's Deputy Director, for sharing his time and expertise as a member of the DEI committee. The committee will focus on 3 core areas: workforce, and that one means recruit, retain diverse talent through recruitment, hiring, and onboarding. Workplace, actively educate leadership and staff to increase awareness and create an inclusive culture, our employee engagement. Communications, education, and training. And then in the marketplace, we will serve consumers, applicants, and licensees with sensitivity to their diverse backgrounds and perspectives, multilingual outreach and access, expanding entry into the profession, legislative and regulatory actions, which will lead into our strategic planning update. In accordance with Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order, strategic plans in effect July 2023 and beyond must be developed or updated to more effectively advance equity and drive outcomes that increase opportunity for all. In response, DCA is revising its strategic planning processes to incorporate more inclusive public engagement, data analysis, and embedding diversity, equity, and inclusion into the strategic planning process. Over the coming months, the DEI committee will inform the strategic planning processes. By March 2023, DCA will begin implementing the revised processes and working with the boards and updating existing strategic plans or developing new ones. We're also happy to announce our new strategic plan and logo. On November 2nd, 2022, DCA released its 2022 through 2027 strategic plan. Additionally, with the unveiling of the new strategic plan, the department also released a new logo. This new plan and logo represent the next chapter and future of the department. Director Kirkmeyer stated, "Consumer protection continues to guide our mission and priorities. Our department holds itself to be a high standard in providing outstanding support services, oversight, and innovative solutions to those who require California professionals and vocations, so that through this partnership, all Californians are informed, empowered, and protected." The department's strong commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as our shared dedication to each and every consumer, is built into the framework of this plan. The new logo is a very representative of DCA. The shield represents the department's strong and long-standing protection mandate. The state represents all 40 million Californians DCA has pledged and are honored to serve. The star represents consumer protection as DCA's true guiding principle, the department's own North Star. The Office of Public Affairs will be providing more information in the coming weeks on the implementation of the new logo. Next update is related to the Our Promise campaign. DCA is excited to take part in the annual Our Promise California State Employees Giving at Work campaign and celebrate 65 years of caring for California. Board members should have received an email this week from the DCA co-chairs, Chief Deputy Director Christine Lally and me, with information on how to give. The campaign allows Californians to donate to a nonprofit or nonprofits of their choice through December. With your assistance, DCA hopes to continue its tradition of generosity and caring for our communities through this year's campaign. Please assist us in encouraging all members and staff to donate. Please contact me if you have any questions or if I can be of assistance. We also have an update on board member travel. As travel resumes again, it is important to remember that all state travel arrangements must be made through DCA's approved travel agency, Cal Travel Store, or Concur. All board members and staff must use the most economical fares possible when traveling by air and on official state business. Typically, this will be the Southwest Wanna Get Away option. However, there may be additional charges if changes are made to the flight. Flight changes to the date and time for personal convenience are not approved or a justified reason, and the traveler will be responsible for any associated charges. If you have any travel questions, please let me know. We're getting closer, guys. Next update is related to required board member trainings. As a reminder, as 2002 comes to a close, it's a perfect time to make sure that you have completed all of your required board member trainings and submitted your certificates of completion to your executive officer and DCA at memberrelations@dca.ca.gov. Board members are required to complete board member orientation training, or BMOT, within the first year of appointment or reappointment, ethics training within 6 months of appointment, and repeat every 2 years, sexual harassment prevention within the first year and every 2 years, and defensive driver training within the first year and every 4 years. These trainings are offered multiple times a year in various formats for your convenience. If you have questions or need additional information about any of these trainings or anything else, please let me know. And lastly, partnership with the State Controller's Office. DCA is partnering with the State Controller's Office, or SCO, to share information with consumers and certain licensees about the Unclaimed Property Program. State law requires banks, insurance companies, corporations, and other entities to report and submit their customers' property to the SCO after a period of inactivity, generally 3 years. Many DCA licensees will benefit from this partnership, as it will educate them about their responsibility to report unclaimed property and assist with compliance. Additionally, the program is a great resource for all consumers to locate their unclaimed property. If you haven't checked it out, you might do so. You might find something that you weren't expecting. And as I close, I want to thank all of you for the opportunity. I look forward to working with and learning from all of you in the months ahead, and thank you for this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gear, for your updates, and we'll move on to Ms. Nichols. First, I'd like to congratulate you on the news we just heard from Ms. Gear. Welcome.
Madam Chair, when will there be opportunity for us to, as board members, to ask questions or make comments regarding
In just a
these?
moment, once we conclude these updates.
The whole thing?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Good morning. I am Deputy Chief Kathleen Nichols with the Division of Investigations Health Quality Investigation Unit, also known as HQIU. The mission of the Division of Investigation is to protect California consumers and licensees by effectively and efficiently enforcing laws, regulations, and professional standards. Division of Investigation investigators are highly trained in conducting specialized investigations with an emphasis on violations of the Business and Professions Code, laws that govern most DCA professional licensees. It is my pleasure to provide the board an update on HQIU efforts and accomplishments. As of November 1st, HQIU has 21 investigator vacancies, which is a 25% investigator vacancy rate. We have continued to be diligent in our recruitment efforts, and we currently have 18 candidates in background and 1 candidate with a start date of December 5th. We are holding continuous hiring panels to identify additional candidates in order to fill the remaining vacancies. The first week of our 4-week mini academy for newly hired investigators is taking place the week of December 5th. This specialized training for investigators includes detailed modules for all the different case types they will be investigating. 14 new investigators will be attending this mini academy cycle. The remaining weeks will take place in January and February 2023. All sworn investigators are attending training pursuant to Senate Bill 230, which required the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission to implement a course of instruction for the regular and periodic training of law enforcement officers in the use of force. Training topics included statutory law, case law, agency policy, reverence for human life, de-escalation techniques, duty to intercede, and rendering first aid. The training courses have been ongoing since September 2022, and all HQIU investigators will have completed the training by the end of December 2022. In addition, all investigators and supervisors receive training on investigations going to the Expert Procurement Unit for expert review in September and October of 2022. This very important training focused on the quality of our investigations and included details of the process for ensuring that all vital information is obtained before the case is sent for expert review. Oftentimes, the last part of the investigative process is interviewing the subject physician. The physician may assert certain facts or submit additional documentation to support their position. It's very important that these issues are vetted and often requires further contact with the complainant and/or the patient to verify the information the physician presented before the case is sent to expert. This way, the expert has a complete understanding of the issues and evidence presented by all parties. The training was well received and will further aid our mission of providing the highest quality investigations. I have met several times with the Medical Board Enforcement Monitor and have provided data and discussion regarding enforcement matters. HQIU is committed to help and provide any information that would assist the monitor in this important process to identify improvements to the board's enforcement program. And now let's see if I can pull up our graphs. I think we had a slide up there somewhere. Well, while they're pulling that up, from our updated graphs, which should be in your packets, we've continued to make progress on our pending workload and cases over a year old. From January 22 to October 2022, we have made a net reduction of 118 cases over a year old, and the number of our pending investigations continues to trend down. As 2022 comes to a close, I would like to thank HQIU staff for their perseverance and diligent efforts to reduce case aging in spite of the current vacancies and the significant public protection they have achieved. We have had several successful criminal filings this year, and a recent manslaughter charge for a patient death was filed in October. Also, HQIU is conducting undercover and search warrant operations this week, protecting consumers from unlicensed individuals who are practicing medicine and could cause significant harm from their actions. Our Expert Procurement Unit, EPU, has done an outstanding job this year and has accepted 428 investigations for expert review and completed 454 cases so far this calendar year. Their attention to detail and talent for matching experts with cases has allowed the investigative staff to focus on completing more investigative work and assisted reducing our case aging. We continue to hold regular meetings with board staff to discuss aged and priority cases, in addition to sending an automated monthly report with case status updates. I'd like to thank President Lawson and all the rest of the members of the board for the years of partnership as Deputy Chief for HQIU, and I look forward to building on that partnership in my role as DFI Chief. Hiring an HQIU Deputy Chief will be the first priority, and I want to assure the board the level of service will not be impacted during the transition. We look forward to our continued meetings with board staff, and this concludes my update.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. We'll move on to any questions or comments from members about any of the reports that we've received. Dr. Thorpe, it looked like you might have some comments or questions.
Yeah. Would you like them all at once, or do you want me to break them? I mean, how do you want me to do that? I mean, I have concerns about every one of these areas, and I would like an opportunity to speak
Please.
on well, so specifically on the Attorney General's office and the Deputy Attorney General's. I think that my concern about the cases that were being presented to the panels is that not infrequently our experts are not adequate quality to stand up to the respondents' experts, and frequently we dismiss or decrease, in my opinion, that frequently we dismiss or decrease discipline because our experts are not adequate. So that's one question. I think that may be a question also maybe for Ms. Nichols, because I think that you may be responsible for, in part, over the expert witness program. So that's one issue that I'd like to mention. I guess the other question I had is, I mean, it's very disturbing I know you're working on it, Ms. Nichols, to try to get the investigator vacancies filled, but 25% is huge. And when we're dealing with the number of complaints we deal with, to have that many investigators, which are very, they require skilled training. They're very, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate that that the days in investigation are coming down. I really, truly do, but it just is concerning to me. And then with your new role changing, I'm concerned that the gas is going to be taken off the pedal a little bit while you're making that transition. I know you've said it won't, but it's kind of just built into it to the structure of an organization. When someone leaves, it just doesn't have the same impact. So I guess that's two questions. One question I had too for both Ms. Castro and for Ms. Nichols was, in the past, my understanding was that the experts were coached a little bit by the AG's office and HQIU. They got together on a call and they worked through some of the expert testimony, so that the expert actually had a much more credible testimony, not to coach him about the details, but just to coach him about how to write the right response so that it wasn't a weak response. And I wonder why that's not being done. And then lastly, on DCA, I mean, I appreciate, that you're new and everything, but I'm sorry, I don't really, the new logo, I'm sorry, that's really fluff to me. And I just would have liked something of more substance in this report. It was, kind of all very superficial.
All right, do we want to talk about experts? Or is there somebody who, Ms. Nichols, is that within your purview to speak to?
Yes, just to address some of the things that Dr. Thorpe mentioned, starting first with the vacancies. Obviously, the investigator vacancies are very concerning for us as well. It's also hard on the existing staff because they bear the brunt of that workload. And part of the issue is the retention of staff. And I know we've talked about it at several meetings, but when other agencies are offering almost 18% more money for half of the caseload, it's very hard to compete. Now, the investigator's contract is up June 30th. There will be a new contract negotiated for July 1st. That's through the collective bargaining process. And so I'm hopefully optimistic that there might be some, retention that's addressed through that contract, and that will assist us in retaining staff.
Can I ask an additional question?
Sure.
Okay. On same question, I just wanted to reiterate that we've been talking about this investigator retaining thing for years now, and we don't see any progress. So every time there is like a next contract will come, next year will come, how can we say, okay, this is the time we need to have enough people there, enough qualified people there, so that we can satisfy public and people who are looking for resolutions. But every time there's a new, I have seen this last 3 years in the board, every time there is like, okay, we are working on these things, it's going to happen. We need to make a strict deadline and do everything possible to do that, because that is the biggest issue on people's mind.
Right, and if you look at the history of it, it's gone up and down. At one point, our investigators were given a 7.44 pay differential, which brought them up to within, 5% of DOJ and other agencies. And then during that time, our vacancy rate went down to 4%. But then Department of Justice signed a side letter, they got another 12% bump, and it starts the cycle all over again. So really, the only way to address that is for the legislature and everybody to understand this is an important body of work. Out of everything that gets investigated in the state, this is about people's lives. These positions should be held at a salary level where you're retaining the most seasoned, the most experienced people that can, handle these investigations diligently. And unfortunately, we don't control that aspect of it. So we do try and do other things for our employees, engage with them. We started a continuous improvement team, which is there's one investigator from all 12 of our field offices. So they meet and give regular feedback to me about kind of what their frustrations are, their ideas for improvement, to offer that sort of engagement to do what we can. So, I hope the issue gets addressed, but yes, it has been a chronic problem. That's gone up and down with the contracts and with the compensation that's offered. So that's to address the vacancies.
Ms.
Are there
Nichols,
other-
can
other
I just
questions on that point?
add one other question? So I am empathetic with that. I realize that that's out of your control, but I guess I'm wondering, is there something that we as a board can do to try to, is that part of our, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't remember that's being part of our sunset review request.
But it's possible to have in legislation that the salaries be, comparable to that of the Department of Justice. There's other agencies, like for example, CHP, it's written in the statute that their salaries are figured out by, I think it's a formula with the top 4 or 5 cities. And back in 1990, there was even some language that had some intent language for that very thing, that our salaries would be equal to that. But so I think that's, definitely something possible in the sunset year, to just speak to the legislature about that.
Is that I guess I'm asking the president and Mr. Bone, is that possible that the board could sponsor legislation, or at least try to find someone who in the legislature who could carry that bill and try? I realize that we've got 50,000 things that are trying to be done, but this seems to me at the core of what we do, and at the core of whether we're effective or not.
So I would say, Dr. Thorpe, when we have our conversation tomorrow about our sunset report and our priorities, I think that would probably be a good opportunity for the board to add that if they wish. We have a lot of asks.
I know.
And so I think that's something that, the prioritization of that is going to be, a really important factor as well. And then our fee increase, our financial condition, is a related thing as, we fund, HQIU's operations.
Thank you.
Dr. Hawkins?
Thank you very much. Congratulations again. And so thanks, Dr. Thorpe, for I'm not going to be repetitive in that area, but my question relates to your department, and not infrequently, board enforcement and panel decisions are influenced by proximity to the statute of limitation of cases. And this is always a mitigating factor. And I realize it's not just your department, but can you remind us about the part you play in this? Because it really does impact the decisions we make in the panels. And I understand that part of it is what Dr. Thorpe has mentioned, and I don't know if I've ever seen a 4%, maybe we have, but it seems like it's just plateaued. But can you speak into this idea about things that influence the statute of limitation that really do impact mitigation packages and what the panels decide on in enforcement?
So for the statute of limitations, it's 3 years from the date the board receives the complaint, or 7 years from when the treatment took place, whichever happens first. So a lot of times by the time HQI gets the case, it may be further down, and we've gotten some cases where we've only had 6 months left on the statute to do the whole thing. But all the offices are very aware of the statute issues, and we work hard to get those oldest cases done first. There's an automated list. There's a report that goes to board staff of all the cases within 6 months of the statute expiring. That automated report goes to medical board staff every month, and it has detailed work note updates, the last 5 updates of the status of the cases. And so we are diligently tracking those, and we have reduced the number of cases within that window, so we are making progress, but it is an issue. One of the biggest issues has to do with subpoena enforcement. And when we have doctors and facilities that refuse to cooperate with us, and we go down the path of subpoena enforcement, that statute of limitations does not toll. And so we lose a lot of cases that way, or by the time we go to court and get the records, we don't have enough time to finish it. And I understand that is one of the proposals that's up for consideration, but I would throw out there, I hope it's considered of great priority, because it just doesn't make sense that the statute of limitations would not toll during that period of non-cooperation. The other interesting thing is that on the other side, the other unit for IEU, most of their clients, none of those agencies have statute of limitations with their cases. There's very few that do. So that's a whole other issue in and of itself. Why do we put these constraints upon ourselves so that we can't file cases? Maybe that needs to be addressed as well.
Thank you very much.
Additional questions, Dr. Helzer?
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, yesterday during our Panel B meeting, we were discussing a proposed stipulated settlement, and we were advised that the board staff and AG office had requested an additional expert opinion to gauge the merits of the case, but that was declined by HQIU. Why might HQIU decline that request?
Well, I'd like to get, if it's possible, the specifics about that case later, so I could look up the actual details to give you a more, detailed answer regarding that specific situation. It would be a little unusual that we wouldn't do it. However, there have been situations where we question the need for a second expert because we get this request frequently. But normally we have regular weekly meetings. I do with Jenna and Reggie, and if there was some kind of a disagreement about that, it would have been discussed at one of those meetings. But sometimes when we feel like the expert report is well-reasoned and good to go, and then we get a request for a second expert, sometimes we do question that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess just on that point, and I'll just offer a comment. Obviously, I was in that panel meeting, and we don't want to get into the specifics of that case. But it would seem to me that if the people that are working on the case believe that it's important to have an additional expert, that additional expert should be provided, right? I guess I don't understand why we would even debate that. I mean, why not have additional evidence in the record? Why not bulletproof the case, so to speak?
And most of the time we do. Like I said, it would be very rare that it wasn't done. But then sometimes when we're getting multiple requests for second experts, it's a resource issue. And then sometimes it brings down the quality of the case you have. If the experts don't match up exactly, then that's used as an excuse to either plead it down or not file it. So sometimes trying to get multiple opinions on every case is not a good course of action.
Yeah, so I mean, I can appreciate that there are resource constraints and there are resource issues. It is coming up with great frequency that there are expert issues in our panel cases, and that's, I think, kind of universally concerning to the board here and something we definitely need to figure out how to address. Our case just shouldn't fail because an expert fails us, right? And that does happen. All right, other questions or comments? Mr. Watkins.
Yeah. Well, first, I want to congratulate you on your promotion. I'm really happy, but I'm actually really happy because I really feel that you maintain a level of integrity in that space that I can relate to. My first question is, I didn't expect all the conversation to open up like this, I must be honest, because the expert issues has been before the board before multiple panels. You know, I can remember the last live meeting we had, even Dr. Mahmood was screaming, you know, let's solve this. Why are we still stuck with this? And it is a little bit more complex, the expert issue. The concerning things for me with the expert issues is that and I don't want to be critical and sound like negative, but the way those experts get literally obliterated by the deputy attorney generals, I sometimes question, when you see it too often, it starts looking like a pattern of behavior. And then I question, when you overplay the same thing over and over, because then all experts can't be bad. You know, there has to be some good experts. And the thing I raised the last time at one of the board meetings was specifically asking, in these quality of care cases, why do we have a first expert and then a second expert? And those questions were really never answered by Ms. Castro, because it was like basically a discretionary call. And I understand discretionary calls, but if the call is always the same, there is no longer discretion, it's a pattern. That means it's built into the culture of how things happen. And so I know HQRU is responsible for part of that, but I think the relationship between HQRU and the Deputy Attorney General really needs to, I don't know what the status of that relationship is, but I'm concerned about just there's a breakdown there. That's my first comment. My question that I was really surprised here today was that there was actually a training that Ms. Nichols has done to train the new investigators. And one thing, having spoken to the patient advocates and to patients that were harmed and their cases being closed in CCU at the front end, she mentioned something here that I wasn't expecting to find this today. So that's also another bonus. And this is it, that most of the time, or frequently, or often, I don't know which word to use, that when the case gets to the point where the doctor gets interviewed for its rebuttal statement, at that point in the process with HQIU, that case, they accept the doctor's statement. And that process pretty much ends there. What I heard from Ms. Nichols today was that during training, she's retraining them. She's training the new investigators to then go back to the complainant and ask them for their version, like this is what the doctor says, and let's get some feedback. Then they offer more complete information to the experts. Now, this is important as it relates to the first part of the expert issues that we see, because many times the reason for why we dismiss an expert is because there's more evidence that show up from the doctor's side, but we never consider the evidence from the complainant side, right? And I question whether that is due process and a fair system when the complainant doesn't get to respond to the doctor's rebuttal. And then for your department then to obviously vet that to make sure that it actually matches out. My question, and this is actually a real question without all the talk, how could this work at the level of the Central Complaints Unit? Because we close like 50% of all the cases in that unit. That before a case gets closed, right? If the complainant is known to us, we go to them and we ask them, hey, what do you have to say for the rebuttal on this? Or why did this not check out? I'm just interested in that part of the question.
And Mr. Watkins, we might want to hold that to the next set of reports because the central complaint unit is not.
No. She mentioned she has a process.
Right, for the
in
investigators
place
to go back, right?
for the investigators to go back, and I'm sure she has, with the experience on however 20, 30 years, that, how could it be implemented at the CCU level?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I think that any time you're going to triage a case to look whether you're screening it or whether it's going to the investigative stage, it's important to have the most information that you can. And I think right now at the initial screening process, the consultants are looking at the patient complaint and then the summary that the doctor provides. But sometimes the patients, and I know I've had this experience since it went online, there's a little box that they type into. So a lot of times consumers, they think someone's going to reach out to them at a later point. So maybe they don't put a lot of information in their complaint. So it might be beneficial to at least reach out to them after the doctor provides their summary of care to give that consumer an opportunity, whether it's in writing or somebody interviews them and includes their statement, so that the person who's screening the case has a better body of information in order to make an informed decision.
Thank you. Additional comments or questions? From board members?
Oh, I have a comment.
Please, Ms. Liviano.
Just in response to some of TJ's questions and Dr. Thorpe, in terms of the expert reviewer program, I've taken particular interest in this area, working with staff, talking to them about their ideas and how to improve the program overall. And so I have to attest to their dedication and their passion and deep interest in the issue and finding solutions. Now, to my surprise, I met with the team and there are, I think, 4 of them or 5 people max that we have that can work specifically on the expert reviewer program, which is not a lot. And that's only a portion of the many things that they have to deal with. So, that made me think about priorities and bandwidth, and for us to be realistic that if we want to make progress in this area, we need a roadmap, we need a strategy, and progress, not perfection, which many of us would like. Progress is progress, and I appreciate that. So I wanted to share that that's a particular interest that I have, an area of focus, and that it will take time, but that we are working on it, and there's a lot to do. We have to walk before we can run.
Can I respond? I have a comment with regard to that, and it's something that I've been working on almost painstakingly since the last board meeting. Because I knew that the board expert issue is central to what is going right and wrong within this enforcement process. So I went and I decided, what would be a model that we could use in the law space where people are trained at a high level. And I came across, online you get across the Jerry Spencer's trial lawyers school, and there's different trial lawyers that do different things with regard to how they train people. I decided to jump on some of those webinars, and I'm no expert, I'm not a legal expert, but there's something to be learned from the model that is used. And the model that is used is there is a structure that first plays out in how these things are written, and I've gone through the expert training stuff that the board has online, and they have that in place. But then when I look at the expert training actual material as to give them direction, the direction, and I haven't been to a training, I can just see from the writing, and maybe that's the next step, to go to a training, is that the direction in there is a little bit ambiguous and a little bit biased, right? And when I compare that to say how they train trial attorneys, for example, it is unambiguous, it is not personal, it is very like fact-based, and there's no unnecessary, words that are used to make someone less. They use a fact and say, what does that point to? And if it points to something lesser, that's the way it goes. But that's the process. So there's two things. There's the structure, which is that written report. And then when you come to performance, now, when you come to performance and you do performance coaching on any human, and I do that every day, you gotta examine what is their mindset. Are they into this? And what is driving them? Because what drives them is going to make them go the extra mile. And I'm not questioning that in the experts at all. I'm just saying that when you provide the right training, the right structure, and when you encourage people to fail and remediate, you develop a learning culture. We do not have a learning culture, well, from my point of view. And I'm open to being wrong. But we don't have a learning culture. I just see the experts are being demolished. I don't know if they get a feedback from the DAG. I don't know if there's a development program to make them better. People only get better through failure and a lot of practice. But what I'm saying is, I'm in favor of relooking at this program, but not on the, small bits of progress. I'm more of okay, I'm looking for how do we develop this into a robust system that we can start implementing now and have traction now. Because we don't have traction. This is an old system. And I just I want to help. What has been missing is how much I want to help. I don't want to go on everywhere and talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins and Ms. Lubiano. And obviously what's going unsaid about all of that is that we pay our experts far less than the private sector pays the experts. So we have a threshold barrier to entry, right? Which is that we can't recruit, first of all, the best experts. These expert processes take a long time, right, for these experts to get involved with. Takes them away from their regular practice. There has to be some reason. Most of them are getting involved in part for altruistic purposes and because they believe it's important. They're certainly not getting involved because they have any real financial benefit as a result of it. And changing some of those incentive structures, frankly, is critical, right? We're going to be talking about resources tomorrow in the context of our board and our just ability to continue to perform the functions that, by statute were both authorized and mandated to perform. And I mean, frankly, this is one of them. We need to figure out how to have the resources so that we can provide the best programs. We're going to go to the public now for comment. Please come forward. This is comment on agenda item 6.
I'm honestly not trying to annoy you. This one is actually relevant. The previous lady mentioned subpoenas. Part of AB 2260 was that the doctors were forced to comply. Part of why it passed was that it saved the board and the legal process a lot of money because subpoenas were no longer needed, that the doctors were forced to give their information. And so I don't understand, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but there should be no need for subpoenas because AB 2260 already addresses that. And I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comments? Mr. Andrus?
Kathleen Nichols is the only person I trust that actually works for the medical board. We're very lucky to have her. Imagine a business, Christina, and how long it would stay open if it couldn't afford to hire qualified experts. It would go out of business. In this case, we're stuck with you and your excuses. I have brought you information about the quality or lack thereof of your experts before, and nothing was ever done about it. I know other people have mailed in extensive information which has been ignored, including a doctor by the name of Salma Khan, who didn't even meet the qualifications to be an expert. No one ever talks about any discipline for your expert that screwed up the Hughes case so badly that AG Robert Bell from the Attorney General's office had to throw out the entire case with his tail between his legs. When I tried to find out who the expert was that closed my sister's case without the proper medical records, and for the newbies here, they closed my sister's death case, and they didn't even have a real copy of her medical records from the hospital. I contacted the hospital, and they said, we never sent them anything, and yet they closed the case anyway. This is how your board does business. When I tried to find out who the experts were that closed that case, to see if they were even qualified to close the case, Carrie Webb, your staff attorney, illegally closed my public record request, thereby hiding whether the expert was even qualified to look, and then closed the case. She just closed this public records request like she's king over the public record requests. The law states, you think it's funny, Carrie? The law states that you have to send out the information with private information redacted. She just blank out flat refuses to send out public record requests. And this is what I've been trying to get on the agenda for years now. Dr. Bolat, how many years have I been asking for the public records thing on this? No, and they refuse to talk about it. TJ is right about not having consumer complaints rebuttal. If this was the Superior Court, the way you run your investigations would be like giving jurors information from the defense side as interpreted by someone who merely investigates and no longer cares about other input from the victims themselves. It's absurd. And the fact that you all go through the process all the time on all these cases and act like it's appropriate is also absurd. Why do you all just accept the status quo? I mean, come on. We're talking about harm to people, death to people. These are people who are turning to you for help when they've been harmed. And you're just, let's check our boxes and breeze and vote on this real quick and get it out the door. Shame on you all. Just shame on you all. You should all be asking questions like TJ Watkins is asking. And so every time you don't ask those questions, shame on you all. Shame on you all.
Thank you, Mr. Andrus. Additional public comments in the room? Please in the back.
Hi, I'm Madeline Weisner. I'm a licensed midwife from California Association of Licensed Midwives. There are many different roles in an investigation with licensed midwives, and if the medical board wants to appropriately regulate licensed midwife practice, as it is tasked to do currently, LM should be involved throughout investigations to ensure adherence to midwifery standards of care, which are different from medical standards of care and obstetric standards of care. There needs to be a tailored training for licensed midwives to be reviewers and experts, because currently the trainings only address the review of physicians. Midwife reviewers inappropriately use midwifery textbooks. These are often obstetricians or other physicians. They'll use midwifery textbooks, ACOG guidelines, instead of midwifery standards of care and guidelines. So they're using underground regulations to investigate and provide witness to licensed midwife cases. So the safety of midwife patients really is lost in this current system. According to the fee study commissioned by the medical board, 100% of LM complaints get referred to HQIU, compared to only 11% of MDs. So that's interesting, right? One good example of the problem of licensed midwives being under the medical board to begin with is that our guidelines prohibit home-based practice when levying probation as well, and midwives almost always provide home-based services as our standard of care. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. additional public comment from the room?
I'll make it quick.
Please, didn't we already, I believe you already commented on this item.
You did.
Can I do this real quick?
No.
No.
We've got 2 public commenters on the line.
As a reminder, please press star 1, unmute your phone, and record your name to make a comment. Thank you. Susan Lauren, your line is open.
Hi. Every time the topic of experts comes up, I get literally nauseous. What your expert, Terry Dubrow, did to me, he should be in jail. He came to a surgical assault trial and lied and left me, who was disabled horribly by Saul Berger, with no money to live on. He lied and he slandered me, and he's not fit to be an expert, and no one does anything. After Saul Berger assaulted me, I called a lot of plastic surgeons to try to help me. And they all, to a person, told me to go back to Saul Berger for follow-ups. And I said to them, wait a minute, you're telling me to go back to the guy who egregiously assaulted me? One man laughed. He said, yeah, I guess I am. These are the people that you're using for, quote, experts. We all know, if you have any kind of ethics and common sense, that this field of plastic surgery is out of control. It's out of control, and these people should not be testifying for each other. It's a cult of bad practice. And someone may harm someone less than someone else, but they're still harming them because there is no science behind doing these things. And there's the breast implant people who have gotten together, this huge group. These women have been harmed for so long. It goes on and on. There's people whose faces are melting from thermage and all these things. There's no, and so who are the experts? You got Terry Dubrow. I think the man's name in the Hughes case, I may be wrong, but I think it's Aaron Stone. And the medical board itself said he was corrupt and lied profusely. And this got me to thinking, was he the, quote, expert in my case? Because my case is clear and convincing. And when I say we need to look back, I understand that I'm not the only one, that there's hundreds and hundreds of people in my situation. But how are you ever going to fix anything when you in no other field would someone be able to be mutilated alive like this? And I am going to say this, and this, someone else said it earlier, but you treat victims like crap, and I resent the hell out of it. And you got Kimberly Kirchmeier, who said to me that it's what I believe.
Food?
And, so these experts, whoever that expert was in my case, that Hughes case, these people should not be continuing to do these bad procedures. Sorry, my voice went up. I get very upset, especially when I'm nauseous from talking about experts. So thank you to everyone, Kathleen Nichols and TJ Watkins. Thank you, actually, Eric, for your strong voice in this arena. And like Eric said, you just accept this as the norm. Bad procedures, bad experts.
Time's up.
Why is Terry Dubrow still on there? Why? The military health agency banned him. Why? Someone answer me. No one has ever answered me. Where's the answer? Where is the answer?
Hi, thank you. I would also like to know where Terry Dubrow is still an expert. He's banned by the military
the federal government, and you still have him as an expert. You've known that for over a year, and you're still using him. It's terrifying to know that your experts are being obliterated. Sorry, I didn't say that word quite right, but it's terrifying. You're a government body, and everybody seems to be more powerful than you. I agree with everything Eric said. I thank you, TJ. I thank you, Dr. Thorpe, for some good questions. But it's really concerning if you can't get proper experts to do this, and you hire people like Terry DeBro. And I think there's something else that I forgot now. The logo, it should be a tsunami with us in it, you all running away, and TJ coming with a helicopter to save us. That should be the logo. Because we're in a tsunami, and nobody's helping us. So I don't know what this little star, and we care, and everybody's important, and all that stuff, because we're not. There are only like 0.5% people are important that gets help. Carrie, the Kushmeyer person, she gaslights people. So I don't know why she's highlighting how everybody's important when she actually gaslights assaulted people. That's absurd. And I don't know what else to say. The CMA. You guys are broke because of your licensees lobby against you, so now you can't afford to hire experts. So unless you deal with the CMA lobbying against you, you will always be broke. So you need to do there too. I appreciate you all bringing this up and dealing with this and bringing it to the surface, but please follow through and do something so people stop being killed and harmed and assaulted and left with nothing. This is a very important topic. Please have it on the next 5 agendas and get it taken care of. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you for your public comment. Are there any other commenters on the line? All right, seeing none, any other commenters in the room? All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 7, updates from external boards. Dr. Hawkins?
Thank you. Good afternoon again, and thanks for this opportunity to report some of the activities of the Physician Assistant Board of California. I'll be very brief. The mission of the Physician Assistant Board is to protect and serve consumers through licensing, education, and objective information of the physician assistant laws and regulations. I'm a non-voting member of the PA Board appointed by Governor Newsom in August 2020. The Physician Assistant Board last met virtual November 7th, 2022. The agenda and meeting material, including priors, can be accessed at its homepage at pab.ca.gov. Click on the board meeting link located on the right lower homepage. The most recent PA Board quarterly newsletter is also available at this website. In a future meeting, we will report again on Senate Bill 697, which became effective on January 1st, 2020, and made changes to the Physician Assistant Practice Act, which provides for licensure and regulation of physician assistants by the PA Board. The PA Board next is scheduled to meet on Monday, February 6, 2023, and this ends my report.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Any comments, questions from members? Comments, questions from the public in the room, please?
So I have a question. We patients come to you. We bleed our hearts out. We spill our guts. We tell you how we've been wronged. I've been doing this for 22 years.
Commenting on
I
Dr.
am.
Hawkins' report
I
about
am.
the PA Board?
My question is, what is being done? We are coming to you, and when I started lobbying, I brought up topics that the board was not even aware of. And patients are coming to you and giving you information from the consumer standpoint of what is going on. And the board is not aware of this.
I'm sorry, it doesn't sound like you're speaking on the agenda item for the Physician Assistant Board update. That's the agenda
I am. My question is, what happens when we come and we spill our guts? Do you take into consideration what we say? Or is it, okay, next time we'll have a whole bunch of new people? Because I've been doing this 22 years, and there are topics that many people have come and talked about, and there's never been a resolution, never been a bill, never been a change. We just come, we spill our guts, we tell you how we've been wronged. And the board, it's like amnesia. It's like smoke. It just disappears. And that's just my question. Are you actively listening to us? Are you hearing? You are more on the side of the doctors than you are on the side of the patients.
This is off topic, and you will hear agenda items on bills that the board has sought, and we have a sunset report tomorrow, and so this may be a comment that is more appropriate for a different agenda item.
Okay, where online can I find when people have come to you and told you what is
Ma'am, we're going to
going-
move, unfortunately, we're going to have to move on. Okay, thank you for your
Okay.
public comment. We're going to move on.
All right, it is not my intention to bother you.
You're not
It's just
You're not bothering us, but we
my
need to.
question is, are you doing anything about what we're telling you? Are you really listening to us?
I'd like you to, during one of our breaks, which we're going to take, I believe, after agenda item 8, to connect with our staff so they can help get you to the right resource to
Thank
have
you.
that
I
conversation. This is
appreciate
just
that.
unfortunately not the forum to have this
Okay, I
conversation.
apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comments on the Physician Assistant Board report in the room. Any online? None online. All right, let's move on then to agenda item 8, which is executive management reports. Mr. Prasivka, that's you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I will begin with the administrative summary. We've set out there a number of meetings that the executive has had since the last board meeting, and I can assure you that we are intensely engaged with our main stakeholders, which include HQIU, the Attorney General, and with DCA. Moving on to staffing update, as we report, we have a 17% vacancy. This is a great problem for us. We are interviewing literally constantly to fill those, and we've also met and are devising strategies in terms of staff retention, which is also very important. I think, as the board would be well aware, we are not the only state agency that has a very high vacancy rate, but again, it has to be an absolute priority that we deal with this as efficiently and effectively as possible. Moving on to the budget update, the board is very familiar that we do not have a sustainable financial basis to operate. The fee study, which was submitted to the board in January of 2020, still maintains its credibility, and things have happened exactly as was foretold at that point. We are now in receipt of a $10 million loan, which keeps us afloat and allows us to operate within statutory guidelines. But until the structural deficit is actually addressed, the problem not only remains, but it increases, because we have to not only cover our increasing expenses, but then have to effectively pay back these loans. And so that is very well set out. In terms of media relations, it was a very active period for our media relations team here. We issued a press release in relation to the postgraduate training licenses, and have stated that in the future, applications will no longer be accepted that are paper-based. We are trying everything we can to make the application process as effective and as paperless as possible, and that remains a very key priority. We've issued the third quarter edition of the Medical Board of California newsletter. I myself have made a presentation to the California Society of Interventional Pain Physicians, and the whole issue of pain management and updating of the guidelines is something that will be a separate topic and remains a very high priority of the board. We released the 21 to 22 annual report, and we remain very committed to meeting with patient safety advocates, and the Deputy Director and Chief of Legislation have met with Susan Lauren, Virginia Farr, Marion Hollingworth of the Patient Safety League, and this remains something that we're committed to doing going forward. In terms of information system branch updates, the physician survey has been redesigned pursuant to legislation which directs us to collect additional workforce information as part of the application process. Work continues on the complainant tracking system, and we are in the process of offering sessions with stakeholders in terms of setting out how we hope the system will run, and those we hope to do very shortly at the end of this year or early on into next year. We have information about the wallet license also there, which is set out. Over 40,000 wallet licenses have been generated through our new system. And there's an update regarding Breeze updates, which means that some of our updates will be delayed because there no longer is any room in terms of the DCA Breeze update package. Moving on to the enforcement program, as was stated in the HQIU presentation, the board itself continues to work very intensively with our enforcement monitor. Senior staff members have met with them. Our ISB team has provided the enforcement monitor with all the information that they are seeking, and so we continue to engage very directly with them. We also acknowledge the HQIU and the Attorney General's office has also been working very actively with them and are grateful for the cooperation of our stakeholders in this very important project. In terms of the expert reviewers program, again, that remains a great priority. We all know the importance of it. We have an expert reviewers training sessions which are held regularly, and certainly board members are very actively encouraged to participate in them. We also have had some successes in terms of additional staff recruitment and additional hiring of experts, and that remains obviously a great priority given simply the numbers of specialties and the geographic reach of the office. We must always be effectively in a recruiting mode for experts, and that is what we are. In terms of the update of the Central Complaints Unit, the average number of days to initiate a complaint in CCU is 5 in the first quarter of 2023. And going on to the other units, the Discipline Coordination Unit, Probation Unit, and the Central Investigations Unit, again, we note that there are staff vacancies here, and this is affecting performance. But we find that staff are very busy, and as the data indicates, we are keeping up with the complaints that are coming in. And so at that point, I think our capacity is meeting expected targets there. Finally, I would like to talk about the whole licensing area. And as many of you will know, licensing has been under great stress in these last periods. And as it is set out there, in the period from January to June of 2022, there was a 71% increase in numbers of applications, which is very significant. In the more recent period, just the most recent one through September of 2022, the increase now is 44%. So a huge increase in workload. And as a result there, the initial interview license application stage is at 84 days, which is too high, and we all acknowledge that. We want to thank the licensing team for giving an extraordinary effort to push through unprecedented numbers of licenses. Many of their resources have had to be diverted to deal with the unprecedented increase in applications for physicians and surgeons license for those particularly coming off the PTL. So those applications had to be prioritized, and that's the reason that we have the backlog that we do. Given the fact that the numbers are now returning to more historic levels, we are hopeful that everything that can be done is being done and that those days will come down. Our staff have been working overtime to deal with the problem, but also we have vacancies in this section, and that's part of the problem. Again, we are devoting everything we can to deal with all of those vacancies. In terms of the Mexican pilot program, we have issued 21 licenses, and we have issued all the licenses that we are able to do. And there was the UC Davis evaluation that was discussed at the previous board meeting. In the Consumer Information Unit, they are again responding to a high number of calls, many related to license applications, and are very busy on that front. And again, licensing has a very active outreach program, which is a very important part of their work, and that is set out there. And myself and the team would be happy to deal with any questions that you would have.
Thank you, Mr. Persifka. Any questions or comments from board members? I see Dr. Thorpe.
Thank you, Bill, for that report, and I do really appreciate all the work that everyone is doing. It's clear that, you know, we're understaffed and our expectations are high, and yet the real problem in a number of areas is that we are structurally under-resourced, and there's no I mean, we can hope that we'll get legislative relief on the fee increase, but we're just hoping. We have no guarantee that that's going to happen. And every single agency is understaffed, unable to recruit because of these structural financial problems. That's a huge concern to me, because the integrity of this board, as is frequently questioned, is dependent on the team. And I appreciate Ms. Lubiano's diligence in working with the HQIU staff and the expert review program. I think that's incredibly important, and I do agree. Everyone is, I think, is really working hard to try and make this work, but it's frustrating as we sit here on the board to see all the vacancies and the inability to meet our targets. I mean, for example, if you look at on report agenda item 8B, let's see, is that right? No, I'm sorry, agenda item 8A. If we look at page 9, I believe, so basically we're given, I'm just looking here at my notes. So there's for the enforcement part of the budget, the total budget for enforcement is $16,875,800. So in order for us to be able to stay in budget over the next 12 months, the AG monthly fees have to be, on average, 1.4 million, given a little, plus or minus, 1.4 million or less every month. And traditionally, we have no control over that. It's a structural problem that we have no control over. It depends on the cases we give, how much the AG. The AG has a built-in price for that, but we have no ability to control that expense. I don't know if it's been considered, but is it possible to just be? We budgeted this amount for them. Is there any way for us to just say, this is what you get this month, 1.4 million. You get it, you spend it how you want it. If you can be better at it, then great, you make a profit. If you don't get better at it, that's what managed care does for doctors. And to me, it seems like it's appropriate now, at least from the board's perspective, to implement a program of managing the attorney's fees. I would propose a month, I would propose that they get a per diem payment that meets our budget. And that, I don't know how to make that work, but that's what that's the only solution I can see where we actually can meet the budget every month.
Well, and I guess I'd offer my own perspective, which is this is a conversation we need to very seriously have with the legislature. I mean, one, that's a statewide budgeting issue, right? So that's the entirety of the state budget, because all we're doing is moving money around from agencies to agencies, right? And they're all being operated independently. And I guess the question you're asking, I've asked before, is does that actually make sense structurally, right? I mean, we just take, so, all that being said, but, we hear a lot about ideas for new programs or additional people, or additional, we're going to talk a lot about them tomorrow during our sunset review process, right? All of these new ideas. What you've heard from Mr. Prasifka is we don't have enough money to do what we're doing right now.
Exactly.
We certainly can't entertain, new programs, new units, the creation of new processes. We need to focus on how do we improve now. Things are getting worse, right? They're not getting better currently with our fiscal situation. So I think that has to be our number one priority as we go into sunset, is both educating the legislature and educating all of our stakeholders about what it means that we can't pay our expert reviewers enough, what it means that we have these vacancies because the positions, the salaries aren't high enough for people to want to come work at the medical board, what it means when we have significant turnover and you have to constantly re-educate and people get reassigned. The case gets reassigned to the new person. And those are significant problems, but all of them relate back to us being structurally under-resourced in terms of our financial condition.
I just had one other, actually I've got several additional comments.
Keep going,
on
Dr.
different.
Thorpe.
I would just point out that when you look at the per diem expenses for the board, many of the board members don't charge the board at all for their expenses. So the budgeted item in here is totally inappropriate. It's not right. What I'm saying is this board should be able to get reimbursed for their per diem amounts, but if everyone did their per diem amounts, we would be consistently over budget and significantly over budget. So I'm just saying that is another structural issue that is, is a real problem. And don't let me, I'm sorry, I've got one other issue to talk about, and I'll try to be quiet. But that's about licensing. We faced a crisis, a serious statewide crisis on September 30 because we could not keep up with our licensing process. And I'm not blaming anyone. I realize that it was a huge amount of, it was a legislative mandate, it was all of these problems, but the reality is there were people who were in jeopardy of losing their residency and fellowship slots. There were people who were we talk about patient harm. There were programs that were going to be completely under-resourced because they didn't have their license to be able to practice. We were fortunate to get that extension by the governor, and I'm grateful for everyone who put effort into doing that. And Maureen, I know that was a significant amount of work that you put in, and I do appreciate it. But the question I have now is, how many applicants do we have now, today, that did not receive a physician surgeon license in time to meet the November 30 requirement, that deadline? Do we have any idea how many that, and I guess to qualify it, how many without deficiencies did not meet that deadline?
Please. I do believe that some fixes to what the legislature and others sort of created in terms of that time crunch are part of our sunset report that we're going to be talking about tomorrow also. That wasn't really an issue of our own making. I mean, it was a combination of factors that led to that crisis situation, if you will.
And just to answer your question, Dr. Thorpe, any application we had that was open that had no deficiencies, we made sure was licensed by 11:30.
Okay.
We get reports daily to make sure we have those, but I can't speak for those who maybe didn't apply or applied last minute.
Yep.
And of course, it takes time to review those, applications, process, the money, everything. But we do have a good chunk that 11:30 was yesterday that aren't licensed because their PTL expired and they have deficiencies in their application. And like Mr. Persifka said, we are prioritizing those applications.
So can I just ask a follow-up question? So on those PTLs that you say they did have deficiencies that weren't resolved before the November 30 date?
Correct.
Do we have any sense of how many of those there were?
Yes, it was, as of yesterday, roughly 35.
Wow.
Dr. Mahmood, did you have a question?
Yeah, so we had a concern about licensing that certain part of like right now there are 71%, you said, increase in licensing applications, which 71% increase is related to last month, last year, last 5 years. What is the baseline you're comparing that 71% increase?
And I can answer that. It was based on the same time period from 2021.
Okay. So it is not that certain part of the year. I would assume that licensing requirement would go up in a certain part of the year because people are moving into residency or out of residency or finishing residency and applying for a license. Is there a way that we can probably increase the staffing at that time? Most likely between May and September when there is a high requirement so that we can basically address those issues in those months. So that can be basically not jeopardize a lot of people's career and a lot of people's getting into the job and kind of stuff. So I don't know if there is a study on that or not, but I would imagine that those are the months when a lot of people are moving in or moving out or getting their jobs or starting their residency or starting their practice or whatever it is.
And I think it's the same concern for all the units is how do we increase staffing? And for many of the reasons that were already mentioned, that requires legislative authority to add positions. Any non-legislatively authorized position, there are some what we call blanket positions, but that's based on your budget. You have to have the money to pay for those positions.
But new application brings extra revenue. And that application is to basically focused on that their license is being done. So if there are 10 applications, the fee might be 10,000, suppose. If there are 100 applications, fees might be 100,000. So that money should be allocated that way because that is what they are paying for. So we cannot just say, okay, we need to go and apply for investigative purposes because that money came for licensing. We need to really find the ways people are paying their money and they need to be entertained. It's just, you can't just keep them away because of somebody else's issues, the people who are applying for license. So everybody is applying have that licensing. And if there is a way that you can say, okay, you can pay extra fee and we can give you license in 40 days or 50 days, or if you pay just normal fee, we'll give you 90 days, whatever it is. But we need to have a system, we can answer them, okay, you have to pay this extra to get this license expedited. And lots of places, there are urgent ways to pay extra money. When you go to passport, they charge you extra money and they next they give you license, passport. And you pay just regular money, you get 3 months. So we need to come up with something that this issue is resolved. And I am pretty sure most of the doctors will be willing to pay extra money to get their license in time done, instead of going through all the hassle. But that money should go towards that particular thing instead of being spread all over.
And I think, and not to speak out of turn, I think that's coming up in sunset. We said requesting the fee increase to have more revenue to dedicate to our current resources.
Yeah, that fee increase is for everybody. I'm talking about people who are applying first time for the license. That is what exactly different thing is. But fee application is going to go to 150,000 doctors who are going to be renewing their licenses. That is entirely different thing, but I'm talking about first time license. People are starting their practice. Problem is there. Renewal is not a problem because people do their thing in time and they do that. I don't see really usually coming complaint that your license is not renewed, but we always see the complaint the license is not issued. So that's what I'm making the difference in both of them. But this issue is entirely different what you're going to be talking in Sunset tomorrow.
Thank you. Dr. Hawkins.
Just a brief comment. So there was increased numbers because of the PTL situation, but I think everybody needs to know, and it has not been stated, that there was delays in applications, that the training programs had the opportunity to request their licenses much sooner than they did, and they panicked and requested them at the last minute, which overburdened the system. So I believe there's some dialogue going on between the medical board and these training programs to ask their applicants to please submit your request for licensing as soon as you can, which is, I believe, is 6 months prior to many of them completing their residency program. Is that all correct?
Yes, that's all correct.
Thank you. Dr. Helzer?
Thank you. I am hearing anecdotes of physicians moving from out of state who are having a very hard time getting their licenses, and they're having a very hard time communicating with the board as to what the status of their application is. How can we improve our communication with our applicants to let them know what the status is and when they can expect a license?
Yeah, that part of that issue is also the backlog and the volume issue is we don't have time to respond to every request to confirm a document's been received. That's typically a lot of the requests we get is they sent in a document, they want us to confirm it was received. So we try to focus our staff on responding to status updates, which we do get often, but we also direct applicants towards the Breeze system because they can log into their Breeze account and see what deficiencies they have on their application. If a deficiency's been remediated, it wouldn't appear in Breeze, it would be removed. We don't notify applicants every time a deficiency is remediated. We notify them every time there's a new deficiency. So really checking the Breeze website, checking their deficiencies is the best way to see if there's been any change in their status. But we do try to respond to every status request within 48 hours. However, again, I don't want to, keep going down this road, but it is a resource issue. We only have so many staff responding as quickly as they can, but also we want them focused on reviewing applications. They do get a high volume of calls and emails, and our call center does a great job trying to answer as many questions as they can, but sometimes they're very specific to an application and it has to go to the reviewer. But the goal is within 48 hours. I can tell you there's definitely times we don't meet that 48 hours, but we do our best to make sure that staff have time to answer calls, set aside time to answer the calls, respond to emails, but also have enough time to review their applications each day. But one of the things we have been looking at for a while and something we're hoping to get sometime soon is a new way to communicate deficiencies outside of Breeze. As I'm sure we're all aware, Breeze has its limitations. There's only so much information the applicant can see as far as the status of their application. So we're hoping, to look into other ways. There's other boards that have looked into this and have a system outside of Breeze where an applicant can get more detailed information on the status of their application and different ways for the reviewer to communicate those deficiencies with the applicant. So ideally, we'll have something like that in place where the applicant can get more details on the status of their app than what's currently offered through Breeze. And even maybe an easier way to communicate with their reviewer other than emails, because as you know, emails and voicemails can pile up. But that is one thing we are looking into and have been looking into.
Additional comments, questions for members? Mr. Watkins?
Yeah, I'm going to switch gears here because as important, this is what it looks like when you fail at what you're doing. This is what you look like when you are in a perpetual state of being defunded. And we are right now in the enforcement. I love hearing the doctor members speak and advocate so strongly. So I'm going to balance that with asking a similar question, the equivalent question from a different point of view. Not related to the licensing because that's outside of my area. But how many patients this year died or was harmed by doctors that we settled with because of a financial concern driving it unconsciously. That the financial was a driving force, whether we want to admit it or not. Then in every document that I've seen that motivates a case, and when I saw we pushing back on some cases yesterday, and it was, there's always a demarcation of the cost it will cost us to drive that case to hearing. So on that enforcement part alone, I wanna put the people that have actually suffered more than someone not getting their license, and I'm not being insensitive to those that did not get their license, but there are people that have lost more than that. And I want to be clear that that is also on the table. And I want to say thank you to Bell and Reggie. And it's interesting because when Bell came into the interview, this was the issue. And he said that he would manage this. And I'm always critical of everybody, right? Not everybody. But Bell and Reggie has kept something that was literally drowning. And they've kept it afloat financially. And as a previous finance person, I find that the fact that they were able to do that up to now is pretty astonishing. Yes, we have a lot of work to do with the enforcement. Yes, problems arose in licensing. But a lot of these issues that we are facing has to do with that perpetual defunded state of the board. And so my challenge to the legislature is, you experimented for the last 2 years with not giving the funding increase. This is what you get. We're failing. We cannot really provide for the licensing community, and we cannot really do our enforcement job properly. We have an opportunity to do better. And I hope Sunset provides that opportunity where we get serious. Because this is unsustainable. For real, unsustainable.
Mr. Persivka?
Yeah, Mr. Watkins, thank you very much for those comments. Just a few comments on my perspective. As I tried to make very clear, the financial situation of the board is very clear, and it has been clear for a long time. The message that must go out very clear is that the fee study that was done over 2 years ago remains very valid. This was all predicted. We all knew what was going to happen. So there are no surprises here. The one thing that I want to comment is that, yes, board staff understand that we live in a world of scarce resources. And we know that we are short of staff. But when it comes down to making decisions on enforcement, I can tell you from my perspective and the perspective of the people that I work on a daily basis with, which is Jenna and Reggie, and working with HQIU and with the Attorney General's office, yes, we are not in a sustainable position. That is very clear. And the board cannot continue on this path much longer. But when it comes to making decisions on individual cases, I can assure you that there are many cases which we continue to push and push and push, knowing that it will require more expenditure of funds. So we do that. We try to manage as best as we possibly can. But we continue to, those cases which, and we're talking about the more serious cases, of course, where there's not only past patient harm, but the prospect of future patient harm, which is really what our focus must be. We continue to push those cases and to work them as much as we possibly can despite the fact that we are obviously operating in a very tight financial position.
Just to clarify, when I say that that decision drives it, if anybody sits on any panel at this board, there's some serious cases that we have settled, that we have tried to push to another level, and then there's evidentiary issues, but underlying that is also like, hey, 5 days trial, 20 grand. This is real. I want to keep this real because I want to be respectful of the people. We get 10,000 complaints, around 10,000 complaints. If I just say two patients was affected by that doctor, that's 20,000 complaints a year. And in 5 years, we had 100,000 people that lives were affected. They don't understand all the elements that happens in the board. So besides the physical effects, the financial effects, they also deal with the emotional effects and the daily just keeping up with a mind that is attacking them. And that's what I've learned during the last 3 months, talking to patient advocates and to patients that were affected. And I want that to be part of this conversation on the board, because I know we don't show it, but there's part of us that are human, that we do care.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Are there other board member comments, or should we open it up for public comment? Comments from those in the hearing room on Mr. Pacifica's executive management reports, please.
So when a doctor's being reprimanded, why aren't you fining him? If funding is an issue, you should be fining him. And that will help your bottom line. But if a doctor has killed somebody, the board needs to set up an actuary as to what the damage is that the doctor did, and the board needs to fine that doctor. And that would help your bottom line, because I understand the underfunding. I don't see it possible to go to the governor and say, hey, we need more money. But the doctor who screwed up, he needs to be fined. You know, the guy that blinded me, he got to practice for 5 years with no restrictions. And then you let him retire. But the doctors need to be fined. Like I said, set up an actuary. What is an eye worth? What is a leg worth? What is a botched liposuction worth? And fine that doctor. And that will add to your bottom line. And that will also teach that doctor a lesson. It doesn't make sense to me that they are going unpunished a lot of the time, when you should be fining them. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Additional comments from those in the room? Mr. Andrus?
Sometimes these meetings are like a little bubble. I wonder how many people in the state of California know the financial dire straits that this board is in. If you don't have enough money, what are you all actively doing to alert the legislature to the extreme danger it causes, other than sending out a memo? It seems like this is a state of emergency, since you can't function properly, right? Are you going to the press and warning the state about the horrific danger, or is meeting with the press solely to publicize faux terrors in the parking lots? The interested parties meeting was a joke and a waste of time. It was clearly railroaded again by Bill to exclude all board members and just give the appearance that the board cares about what the public has to say. Were you all aware that there were no board members at this meeting? Were you all discouraged from going? Because why was nobody else there? And then he sits there and tries to claim that it was a success. How was it a success? The board wasn't there. The meetings were created for us to have a one-on-one with you guys that we can't do here. And apparently, either you guys weren't even told about the meeting, or you were all discouraged from coming, or you guys just didn't want to come. All three answers are unacceptable for an interested parties meeting. Please remember in your evaluation of Bill tomorrow how he railroads these interested parties meetings, because this isn't the first time he's done it, which were originally created to give the public the ear of the board outside of the quarterly meetings. His ego is out of check and harmful to this board. Instead, all we got was Bill and Christina, who clearly don't give a damn about what the public thinks. Maybe we all have to take Bill out for drinks like the CMA does in order for the meetings to be beneficial to the advocates.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please. Ms. Hollingsworth.
Good afternoon. My name is Marian Hollingsworth, patient safety advocate. So basically what I'm getting from this morning's meeting is that the board is underfunded, understaffed, and undertrained. That's a sorry state, rather embarrassing for a state that is supposedly a leading world economy. Get your house in order. It didn't have to get this bad before you finally set up a white flag. You have a responsibility to public safety. People are dying and being harmed while you wring your hands. Now, regarding enforcement, I'd like to draw attention to the enforcement timeframes that are in the chart on page 12 of 8B. Despite the decrease in the number of investigations, the length of time to process complaints has increased dramatically in recent years. According to your own statistics, in 2018-2019, the amount of time to complete a case was under 3 years, an average of 2.78 years to be exact. The last fiscal year, the median time had gone to about 3.5 years, with next year predicted to be a median of 3.74 years, almost 4 years. And as you know, most of the time the doctor continues to practice with patients totally unaware that their doctor is under investigation. This is totally unacceptable and untenable. Did you know that Washington State Medical Commission is required to finish investigations in 5 months? I urge you to find a solution to this intolerable and inexcusable length of time for a doctor investigation. I know you use the excuse that the doctor won't cooperate, but aren't you the ones in charge? You have a job to protect patients. Make it happen and shorten these investigations. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional commenters in the room? Ms. Montserrat Ramos, nice to see you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. First, I'd like to thank you for bringing the meeting to Los Angeles this week. It's very meaningful to me because it was Lloyd Montserrat's hometown. It's very meaningful that we're having these important discussions today and tomorrow because this Saturday, December 3rd, is Lloyd Montserrat's birthday. He is one of the complaints that was dismissed. His death complaint was dismissed at the Central Complaint Unit. He was only 36 years old. I know that I've talked about his story and interweaved in issues many times. I know when you leave this meeting, you'll be able to join your beautiful families, probably trim a Christmas tree. I want to show you the Christmas tree that I'll be trimming. The tree that I trim every year. It's at Lloyd's gravesite, his final resting place at Resurrection Cemetery. That's where I will be trimming the Christmas tree again. I wanted to show you those pictures because I want you to understand when we talk about these complaints that are dismissed and the need for communication with the board, we're not talking about patient numbers or control numbers or case numbers. We're talking about real people that were loved and cherished and honored, and real people like Lloyd who made great contributions to the state. You know, I know that there's a grave funding issue, and we fully support a fee increase. We fully support whichever avenue it takes to get the funding that's needed, because we know we're not going to be able to do anything without funding. But while we keep discussing this, great people like Lloyd Montserrat are dying every day. They're dying. And in some cases, in egregious cases, like Lloyd's, the deaths continue. And that's why I continue to come here. After 17 years, I continue to come here. Not really to fight for Lloyd anymore, but for all the other Californians and all the advocates on my team. Because as hard as I've tried in all these years to make effective change, they're still coming forward with their tragic deaths and their tragedies. Regarding the complaint liaison unit, we've been talking about the issue of the lack of communication that the board has with complainants and families for years. We've requested many times now that all quality of care, death, and serious bodily injury cases cannot be dismissed without a complaint interview, like Lloyd's was. This is not a new issue for this board. This has been a recommendation that has been discussed since 2017.
Please conclude.
Whether we have a complaint liaison unit or not, we need to guarantee that complainants, quality of care, death, and serious bodily injury cases, before they're dismissed, that there will be an interview with the families and complainants. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other commenters in the room? Do we have any comments online? We have 4. Let's get going. First comment.
Thank you. Naomi Sweat, your line is open.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry, this is my first time. Okay, so my name is Naomi Sweat. I'm from San Diego, but my hometown is Bakersfield, and I'm a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. When my sister Sabrina De La Rosa died prior to giving birth to her baby boy, I was devastated. I don't think you understand that families are left in the dark when things go wrong at the hospital. The medical board investigator came to our home and interviewed us before we even filed a complaint. We were not prepared. We were in deep grief and hadn't looked at the medical records yet. The investigator treated us as if we had did something wrong and as if we had made the medical decisions for her in the hospital as if we were the doctor. We were the victims. We found out soon that victims have no rights. We cannot talk about the compliant liaison unit without talking about giving California rights in the complaint process. I am stepping forward at this meeting because things need to change. The only way that the compliant liaison unit will make work is when you incorporate the 3 steps to consumer input in the enforcement process as part of its unit's function, starting with the first step, that the complaining person or surviving family member must be interviewed before the quality care of death complaints are dismissed. Too many young moms have died in Bakersfield. Too many babies have died and been harmed in Bakersfield. We need this board to ensure that the family is interviewed before quality care death complaint is dismissed. This is basic common sense, and it is long overdue and time to make a change. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next commenter, please.
Denise Johnson, your line is open.
Good afternoon, President Lawson, members of the board. My name is Denise Johnson. I'm from Tracy and a volunteer with the Consumer Watchdog. I filed a death complaint on behalf of my 23-year-old son, Richard, who courageously survived brain cancer, 2 overdoses of chemotherapy, a misplaced brain shunt, only to be tragically left to die from a preventable infection. My complaint was dismissed at the Central Complaint Unit after I spoke with a staff member who laughed when I spoke of the specifics leading to my son's death. To say I had a bad experience with this board would be an understatement. We can talk about complaint liaison units, but unless you give patients consumer rights in the process, the unit will be meaningless. We need real change. The only way that a complaint liaison unit will make a meaningful change is when you incorporate the 3 steps to consumer input in the enforcement process as part of this unit's function, starting with the first step that the complainant or surviving family member must be interviewed before all quality of care death complaints are dismissed. We don't want to hear that your numbers are down. I don't want to hear that my son was reduced to a number or statistic. He was a human being. He was real. He was breathing. We know that means that our family's deaths are being dismissed. We want to see you meet your mission of consumer protection by moving forward with this change. Also, I also want to mention, I am a patient of rare disease, so I have the utmost respect for the medical profession. I have been around you all my life. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment.
Xavier,
Next comment, please.
Xavier, your line is open.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. My name is Xavier De Leon, and I am from Bakersfield. I'm a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. And as we all know, we need patients' rights in the enforcement process. We have spent many meetings with you explaining how the enforcement process has failed us and what we need to do to help you meet your mission of protecting consumers. We want rights, and you want a complaint liaison unit, and I want accountability for my son, Malachi. He and his mother were stuck in the hospital with a doctor that we had no right to know that he had been harming mothers and babies in Bakersfield for 25 years. Now, why had he been allowed to harm mothers and babies for over 2 decades, you ask? It's because you as a board allowed him to. There was a probation for the deaths of 2 babies, a known suspension for the deaths of 2 mothers, and another probation for the death of another 23-year-old mother. Other families have said that they have filed complaints but never heard back from you. This was allowed to happen to my child because our family had no rights in the complaint process. A complaint liaison unit will not improve a single thing or save one baby's life until the consumer's rights are included in the process. The only way the complaint liaison unit will work is when you incorporate the 3 steps to consumer input in the enforcement process as part of this unit's function, starting with the first step that the complainant or surviving family member must be interviewed before all quality of care death complaints are dismissed. I was discouraged from filing a death complaint for my son. We were simply told that it would not matter. Does this board really believe that babies' lives do not matter? Please show me that babies' lives matter to you and ensure that before a quality of care death complaint is dismissed, that the board will interview the family. Add this issue to the legislative priority and sunset review because my child's life mattered, and I will keep fighting for this change until it is implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Christina, your line is open.
Hi there, Christina Hildebrand with the Voice of Choice Advocacy. We educate and advocate for informed choice and transparency of what goes into your body. I want to speak to the budget specifically. It amazes me that I sit here every single board meeting, and we know that the medical board doesn't have money in their budget, and that this isn't an emergency, as somebody else stated. If I needed to, if I had a business, which I do have many businesses actually, and it's floundering and in deficit and not making money, I'd look at it and work out what the heck I needed to do to get it out of that situation. And it just feels like very few of you on the board really care or really feel like you have any power to do anything. As I think it was Eric, I don't remember who it was, said, if you went to the media and said the medical board is out of money, people are going to be harmed, which they are being harmed because you don't have enough money to do your job or to do the job of the medical board, I'm pretty sure that there could be a lot done, and the legislature would take it up and look at the financials and work something out. Or, I know you took a loan from, I don't remember who it was, I think it was a transportation company or something. I don't remember. Maybe it was the transportation board or something. Where can you take another loan from if that's really what you need to do? But the fact that the medical board can't sustain itself is just, it harms consumers, and it just does not make sense to me. It doesn't make sense that you cannot be fiscally responsible and work it out. Our economy, our budget, our state budget is humongous. $1 million and $2 million or even $10 million to go to the medical board is a drop in the bucket, even though we're at a deficit, going to be at a deficit this year. It amazes me that the medical board can't get its budget together and do what they need to do. No other board seems to be in this, or very few other boards seem to be in this situation. So I just ask you to give it some urgency and look at it and work out what you need to do to get it going so that you can do what you need to do to save patients. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Are there any other commenters on the line?
Yes, Robert Andrew.
Thanks.
Your line is open, followed by 2 more comments. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Yes,
please
sir.
continue.
You can hear me? You can hear me? Hello?
Yes, please
Hello?
continue.
Okay, you can hear me. Great. Thank you. Hi, my name is Robert Andrian. I'm from Orange County, and I am a volunteer for the Consumer Watchdog. This is my first time testifying before any board or committee. My mother, Tanya, entered an Orange County hospital for an approved angioplasty and 1 stent procedure. She was in pre-op waiting to be wheeled in to surgery when her cardiologist told her he didn't have the right medical tool device for the procedure, which was called an embolic. And it was canceled, and they sent her home. And then the cardiologist put my mother on medication for like around a year. And then coming into the new year, instead of getting approved through her insurance, he's coaching my mom and telling her what to say that she's having bad chest pain, and she was never having bad chest pain. And she went into ER, and he said he'd show up if she went into ER, and he never showed up. And then he coached her the next following day on the 22nd of February, coached her again, left 2 voicemails where I can prove it. I have the voicemails on my mom's phones. And then she went in for the last time. She wasn't going to go to this cardiologist if he didn't show up again. And he showed up. Her understanding, she was only getting 1 to 3 stents in her heart, and he ended up putting 8 stents in my mom's heart. And then the nurses on my mom's shift, where my mom died in ICU, said that they were openly telling me and my family they were negligent, and that they didn't check on her properly, and they double dosed her with Plavix, and she aspirated. And to their surprise, they found my mother dead, expired. I submitted a consumer complaint on behalf of my mother, Tanya, and my complaint was dismissed, citing a statute of limitation issue, but I still almost had 1.5 years on the clock under the statute. I mean, how could you do this to me? You sent me some cold letter stating that my mother's complaint was closed without reviewing it and without contacting me to interview me or give me the right to offer any comment. We need patients' rights. We really do. I can't wrap my brain around any of this. We need patients' rights. Your complaint license unit will not work unless you include the right to an interview before a complaint is dismissed. I'm part of the process. And also the cardiologist that worked on my mom, he's in his 80s. He's an 80-year-old something cardiologist. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next commenter, please.
Alka Erie, your line is open.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Hello, my name is Alka Airy. I'm from San Francisco. I'm also a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. Thank you for preparing and sharing the complaint data with the public. While it was great to see processing times decrease, what stood out to me is the small portion of complaints that get referred to investigations. For the last 2 fiscal reporting years, only 10% of complaints are referred to investigations. This is shocking, and it gets to the root of why the public has lost trust in the medical board as an agency safeguarding patient rights. The board is dismissing 90% of complaints each year with little transparency or analysis. There are 9,000 injured patients each year, many of whom are left permanently disabled, if not dead, and they aren't given a chance to have their injuries investigated. Their complaints are dismissed without action or explanation. I know because my own complaint was one of those 9,000 that get dismissed each year. My older sister, Shulpa Airy, died from a series of preventable medical errors. She survived one error by an anesthesiologist who failed to intubate her for a procedure when the standard of care required it. But when the resulting lung injury then required her to get a lung transplant, another group of doctors failed her as well. How is it possible for a doctor to have a patient with 20 to 30% lung function who is on supplemental oxygen, who is under their care for 4 years with frequent visits, to ignore the symptoms of a declining heart and lungs? They failed to list my sister for a lung transplant in time, and yet had 4 years to do so. She went into cardiac arrest just days after her lung transplant listing. Once hospitalized, there were more errors with her care that weren't disclosed to our family, and we were pressured to remove my sister from life support without having any of these errors disclosed to us. If it hadn't been for one kind doctor with a conscience, we would never have known what ultimately caused my sister's death. She died of heart and lung failure at only 47 years old. She had no other underlying illness. What happened to my sister certainly raised a lot of questions about her medical care. It at least deserved further investigation by the medical board, but that never occurred. It isn't easy for an injured patient or their family to file a complaint. When negligence occurs, there are few answers given to a patient and their family. Doctors and nurses stay quiet, and medical records are withheld. Injured patients and families must deal with horrific circumstances, besides overwhelming grief, while pursuing answers, let alone justice. Injured patients have done nothing wrong except trust their doctors to do no harm, and yet we place the biggest burdens on them rather than those responsible for the harm.
Please
I hope
conclude.
the medical board will take a closer look at these 9,000 complaints.
Ms. Farr, your line is open.
Hello. I agree with the last few callers. Babies' lives matter, and they should be included as a human being that lost their lives because a doctor was negligent. Is that any question of that is absurd. They're born, they're human, their lives matter, they should have an open case. It's just really heartbreaking listening to the last few callers. And as TJ said, we're just the tip of the iceberg. There's thousands more that don't call in. All those 9,000 cases closed every year matter. And your handling of them causes despair and trauma and confusion. And your non-transparency of them all does the same. All these cases of death and assault, they're real cases with real evidence, and you guys deny that they ever happened. You don't follow through. You don't say why they were closed. And that's where all the answers are. Why were these cases closed? Look back and find why they're closed, close that loophole, and figure it out. Also, you need funding. And the key of your funding is the CMA lobbying against those who license them. If you don't address the CMA and their lobbying powers, we're still going to get hurt, you're still going to be broke, and the vicious circle is going to go on for another 50 years. I'll be here at 153 saying, hey, guys, tell the CMA that they're making you broke, and you're like, twiddle my thumbs, maybe next 10 years I'll do that. So please address the CMA. They're literally killing us, they're harming us, they're breaking us, they're causing us PTSD, they're causing homelessness, they're causing California to pay disability payments that insurance companies should be paying. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have one more public comment on the line.
Yes, Susan Lauren, your line is open.
Hi. This is just absolutely beyond heartbreaking. Babies should be included, of course. And my heart goes out to everyone suffering from this. I agree with Virginia about the CMA and the funding. How many times do we have to listen to her give, I don't mean it to sound like that, I mean, give her good, clear testimony, and nothing's done about it. We have the tools to fix this, and we're not doing it. My case against Berger for assault, egregious disabling assault, went to what was called an investigation. I have a problem referring to experts as experts because they're not often, and calling investigations because there was no investigation in my case. No one came and saw my body. I sent pictures and videos where there's no doubt, there's clear and convincing evidence. Nothing was done. Case was dropped. They didn't listen to my doctors, the real doctors, not the one who referred Berger and covered up for him. They don't listen to the real doctors who wrote, this is the worst assault. This is horrible. I have no doubt. I mean, they didn't listen to anything. I sent in tons of evidence. Lies, photos are manipulated, and we need patient co-authored records. And I can't read my last note, so that's all.
Thank you for your comment. Is that the last public comment on the line? Great. We'll bring it back to the board. Well, actually, to the hearing room. Is there anybody else who wishes to make a comment on agenda item 8? All right. Seeing none, we are going to take a lunch break. I think we'll return at 2 o'clock. That sounds like a good return time. So we'll see you all back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the December quarterly meeting of the Medical Board of California. It is 2:06, and we're going to be moving on to agenda item 9, which is an update on revising guidelines for prescribing controlled substances for pain. Just as a reminder, in case you've just logged in, agenda item 10 is being postponed due to an illness. Likely will be postponed to our next quarterly board meeting, which the date hasn't been set for that yet, but we'll let you know. All right, Mr. Pasifka, agenda item 9.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be brief here. Since the date of the last board meeting, the task force met, and working with the executive, we prepared another draft of the update on the guidelines on prescribing controlled substances. Those are then published, and on the 15th of November, we had a second interested parties meeting. I want to thank everybody who attended the meeting. We received a number of comments. We received many comments which were extremely helpful, very much to the point, very helpful improvements in the document. And so at this point now, the task force will be meeting, we'll be considering all the comments that were made, and we'll do a final proofing of the document, which we anticipate should be ready for review by the board at the next board meeting. The executive want to thank the commitment of our subject matter experts and our 2 task force members, Mr. Brooks and Dr. Thorpe. And now maybe Dr. Thorpe would like to give his comments on the update.
Thank you, Mr. Pasifka. I don't really have too much more to add. I think we've had a really robust conversation. The challenge for the medical board, or for the opioid task force and for the medical board, is going to be, although we are trying to be very cognizant of the challenges currently with high-dose opioid prescribing in the climate that we're existing in now, with the recent DEA raids on several practices in California. Of course, we as a medical board have no authority over the DEA. It's a federal agency, and we certainly don't have any authority there. But nonetheless, it is going, once we do come up with some guidelines to present to you, which I am very confident we'll have at the next board meeting, I think it'll be a complete document that has had significant input from multiple subject matter experts and multiple interested parties, specifically patients with chronic pain or families with chronic pain. And I think there will be, I believe it's going to be a much more appropriate document, more median, more middle of the road, and not as extreme as we've had in the past. We're trying to eliminate, or at least have significant decrease in the number of musts and shoulds in the document, and we're trying to have significant decrease in the morphine equivalent limits that have been previously proposed. And this is really because of not just the interested parties, but our subject matter experts who really felt like the morphine equivalent dose was questionable in terms of its scientific base. And I think we'll be leading the nation if we do this. It is going to take significant coordination with our own internal HQIU and DIG investigative units, because it's going to be a significant different standard that we're going to be asking them to consider. And also it's going to require some interface with the Board of Pharmacy and the pharmacists in general, plus the large box pharmacies, I should say, who have national guidelines about what they're doing, and that's going to be a challenge. And then, not to say the least, and then also health plans and other agencies that have set their own internal guidelines for what morphine equivalent doses are going to be acceptable. So once we get this document, obviously you will all have input, and it may take a little while for you all to work through it, but we've tried to do a thorough job of getting a document that you can look at and maybe make some minor adjustments, but shouldn't require major changes to the document. At least that's our hope. If we have not done a good job, you will tell us. And we appreciate your input, of course. So that's the challenge. I'm hopeful about it. But I realize that there's still, once we authorize the document, there's a lot of work to do to coordinate this across the state and hopefully nationally. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Thorpe, and thanks for all your hard work on that task force. Dr. Hawkins?
Yeah, thanks again. Thanks to the committee for this work. And thanks for recognizing that there'll be work to be done afterwards. I prescribe opiates with contracts and urine testing, all the things we're supposed to be doing, appropriate workup, but we are recognizing some pharmacists have just decided we're not going to carry that medication anymore. It's just not available. And so the patient has a problem of pharmacy shopping, which makes it a problem for them because someone thinks they're just calling around to try to get the medication that they really need and that the doctor has prescribed. It's problematic. Thanks for recognizing it, though.
Thanks. Any other comments or questions from the board members? All right, let's open it up for public comment here on agenda item 9. Any members of the public here with us in the hearing room wish to comment on this item? All right, I'm seeing none. So do we have any commenters on the line?
Yes, one moment, please.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Ann Quay, your line is open.
My name is Nancy Quay, and I'm with Families for Intractable Pain Relief. I'll be careful not to mention my physician's name, as Ms. Lawson advised. I am an intervener in the legal action referenced on as Ogden. I'm still here. I wasn't sure if I would be when I last spoke to you, but I cannot begin to tell you how horrible, how agonizing the last 30 days of my life have been. I recognize that the action that led to the abrupt discontinuation of my opioid medication is a result of DEA, not board action. However, DEA also looks at whether state rules have been followed to justify a complaint. On page 2 of the DOJ's October 25th order to show cause in this case, they cite relevant sections of the California Health and Safety Code. Both state laws and the medical board guidelines need to reflect that California values the lives and quality of life of patients with chronic and intractable pain. I realize that the Health and Safety Code requires a submission to the legislature, not just an approval of the medical board yet. Chronic and intractable pain is very difficult to treat. Physicians shouldn't be handcuffed by dose limits and afraid to continue a successful regimen for a patient like myself, or trial a patient on opioids, or even titrate a patient to a higher dose when other measures have failed or contraindicated. I would ask that you ensure California guidelines clearly protect access to opioids, including higher doses, when utilized by a physician who carefully monitors and documents patient responses. 30 days ago, I lost access to my medication. Despite 3 different blood pressure medications, my blood pressure has consistently remained above 100 over 100. This is stroke-level hypertension. I've been using MBSR skills I learned from various psychologists, including a recent Empowering Relief course presented by Dr. Beth Darnall from Stanford. I've used these for many years. I'm grateful it looks like I have found another physician, and I'll be seeing him in early January. I'm not out of danger yet, though. I can only hope that I won't have a heart attack or stroke before my appointment comes. When patients like me are abandoned, it's not just about suffering and quality of life. Even patients that are willing to suffer and would never consider ending their lives have died from heart attacks and strokes. I've documented 82 such cases in the registry I maintain, along with 65 reports of non-fatal heart attacks and strokes. There is no other situation where it would be acceptable to place a patient in the level of danger I am now experiencing. Actually, it is not acceptable, yet it has become a thing. Please ensure the prescribing guidelines clearly show California values the lives and quality of life of all patients. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Do we have other commenters on the line?
Yes, Ms. Virginia Froggs, followed by Ms. Susan Lauren. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Virginia Farr, not Frog. Yeah, my concern is I don't believe addressing the role of trauma and adverse childhood events, which should be assessed with every pain patient, because a huge majority of those with pain have a history of trauma or adverse childhood events, and pain itself can cause trauma. And then we can head them in the right direction instead of what most likely will be happening is diagnosing them with anxiety, and then they'll just get anxiety medication, which is different than trauma therapy. And anxiety medicine has a known side effect of addiction and suicide risk, which trauma therapy could help change their lives. And we have a crisis right now with trauma, and doctors don't know their own trauma, and this will also help educate the doctors in their own trauma, coupled with helping send the patients down the right path. It'll be a gigantic, huge mistake if we don't address the role of trauma at this point. You have an ability to change, a significant change, lives, thousands of lives, if you add this in. Without doing that, you'll be causing more harm. And I really, really, really hope you consider getting a trauma expert. I sent a couple to Christina. They could help guide you with this, because it's a vital component that's missing. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next commenter, please.
Susan Lauren, followed by Kristen Odom next. Thank you.
Hi. The main thing that I wanted to comment on is I want to thank everyone who's doing work on this, and I want to give acknowledgement to the chronic pain patients who are, they're so brave and well-spoken, and I just, it's mind-boggling that someone would just be taken off opioids cold turkey like that. So thanks to everyone who's doing that. As far as, preventing pain, my stance is surgeons are causing a lot of pain. I'm in intractable pain, but I don't take opioids because they wouldn't address having missing pieces of my body, so that I'm on like a torture board, and I can't tolerate them anyway, but it's not appropriate for me. But I was mistreated after being surgically assaulted and having the cover-up, and put on medications I never should have been put on. And there's a book that I recommend literally to everyone listening, and it's called Mad in America by award-winning journalist Robert Whitaker. If you're interested in patient safety at all, I think that this book is a must-read. One of the best books I've ever read. And I just can't believe how brave a lot of the people are that are so harmed. And thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Can we just make sure that the clock here is getting restarted each time? It didn't get restarted that last time. Thanks. The next public comment, please.
Ms. in Autumn, your line is open.
Thanks.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I want to start by expressing my sincere appreciation to Dr. Thorpe and Mr. Prasiska and Mr. Brooks and all the staff who have worked on the project to update and revise the prescribing guidelines. I especially appreciate that the task force actually did respond to a number of things that we requested, like to publish drafts and then have meetings so that we could discuss our feedback and our reaction. That's been extremely valuable, and we appreciate, and we believe there is a sincere commitment to make the guideline more useful. Unfortunately, it still, at this time, lacks reference to the subset of chronic pain patients that my organization, Families for Intractable Pain Relief, represents. As we've talked about before, these patients have very severe, constant, incurable pain with life-threatening cardiovascular, endocrine, and neurological complications. Similarly, or in addition, rather, these patients have already attempted and failed standard treatments and therapies, including weak opioids and lower doses of opioids. So if somehow your new guideline with any additional changes can somehow acknowledge that these patients really do exist, who really are not able to be helped by anything but opioid pain medications, often at high doses. I like the idea that you're getting away from so much emphasis on MME, but my fear has always been that patients who require unusually high doses will still be regarded by law enforcement and others as criminals. And, it's very painful now to be going through another time knowing that you're being regarded as that my husband is an addict, which he is not, or that we are all criminals. It's very, very distressing. I see two likely outcomes if you can't address that in your guidelines, one being that doctors will be very unlikely to treat these patients, as is now happening, or that doctors will continue to be targeted. And that is just a very unfortunate vision of the future. With regard to the severe complications that can occur, the serious complications, we had one patient last week that I know about who sank to a condition near death that was probably due to an endocrine complication, adrenal failure. Unfortunately, that person has survived, but is not doing well at all. I'm also personally very concerned about cardiovascular complications. My husband has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and a family history on both sides of his family of aortic abdominal aneurysms. So all of this is very scary for everyone, and people are suffering indeed, and I know that you know that and appreciate that.
Please conclude.
We really do hope that you can find a way to address the gap wherein these patients are not acknowledged, or if you just can't do that, sponsor a special program that would enable these people to be treated by doctors and pharmacists,
Ms. Ogden,
who would be protected from harm. We appreciate your support and your assistance with the guideline. And I would only add that I hope there can be clarification as to your prohibition on mentioning a case. It was my understanding that applied only to medical board cases, and the one we were addressing is a DEA case, as far as we know. And if I need to have a better understanding,
Please conclude. Your time is up.
Are there any other public commenters on the line?
No, ma'am. We show no further participants in queue.
I'm sorry, just confirming there's nobody else?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the hearing room. Anyone in the hearing room wish to comment on agenda item 9? Dr. Thorpe, did you?
Just in response to number one, I apologize for not, I didn't hear the first comment very well. It was very garbled or fuzzy, I should say, and I couldn't hear it. My hearing is bad anyway, but I wasn't sure I actually heard what her concern was. If somebody could provide that to me, I would certainly want to take that into account in our deliberations. Secondly, just in terms of this last comment, that this very unique subpopulation of patients is one of the areas that we are trying to facilitate their care. So we are very aware of this subpopulation that require high-dose opioids, and that's part of our goal. That's a significant part of our goal, is to make sure that they are not marginalized and treated as criminals or treated as sub-citizens, which they are in many places now. And as Dr. Hawkins pointed out, there is a real problem right now with pharmacies. So it's going to be a project, and not to mention we've got all of the physicians in California to kind of get this information out too. But Susan Cady has done an amazing job of editing these documents. I just want to give a shout out to her and to her team, because they've been very diligent in trying to make these things work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments before we move on? Mr. Persifka?
Just very briefly, to reiterate what we've said before, is that when the document is finally approved by the board and published, then there's a lot more work left to be done in terms of outreach. And that's a very important part of the process. And just to reinforce what Dr. Thorpe just said, Susan Cady has done a fantastic job for us.
All right, thank you all. Moving on to agenda item 11, which is implementation plans for 2022 legislation. Mr. Bone.
Thank you, Madam President and members. Members, at the end of August, the legislature completed their work for the 2-year session. Therefore, all bills that were not approved by the legislature and then signed into law by the governor are now dead. Next week, the legislature will convene to swear in newly elected legislators from the election last month, and will soon be introducing legislation for consideration in the next 2-year legislative session. At this point, I plan to briefly go through all the bills on the agenda item and then take any comments or questions at the end. As you go, you'll hear me say, I think for each of these bills, that they will be mentioned in our December newsletter. The final newsletter issue of the year, in that issue, we include a brief description and a link to the language for each of the bills that you all took a position upon that were then signed into law. Plus some other bills that we were tracking. Each of the bills being discussed today, therefore, will at least get a mention in that newsletter issue, but you'll see other items that are in, that I'll just speak to, that are also in the analyses. First up is AB 657, which requires the board and certain other licensing boards to expedite the application review process for applicants who demonstrate that they will perform abortions in this state. As noted in the analysis, the relevant licensing applications are being updated, including related website content, and this information about the new law will be mentioned in the December newsletter. Next is AB 852, which updates requirements related to pharmacies when dispensing medications pursuant to an electronic prescription. The bill also provides prescribers additional exemptions from the electronic prescribing requirement. Staff intend to coordinate the timing of our messaging on the electronic prescribing exemptions with the Board of Pharmacy, as the bill requires prescribers who meet one of those new exemptions to register with the Board of Pharmacy. We'll do an article in our newsletter, which will be shared with physician organizations, and we'll update related website content on this topic. Next is AB 1102, which provides a minor clarification to the law regarding healthcare professionals who provide telephone medical advice services from an out-of-state location. This one will be mentioned in our newsletter. Next is AB 1278. This bill requires all physicians, except those practicing in hospital emergency rooms, to provide specified notices to their patients about the open payments database, which is maintained by the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS. In addition to what's included in the meeting materials, on Monday of this week, we sent an email notification to all of our physician licensees and those who have subscribed to news updates from the board to inform them of the requirements of the bill. Staff intend to update our website to include an FAQ that answers common questions that we receive about this requirement. As I said, the e-blast that went out included a description of the requirements, links to the language, and links to the database. We also posted that to our website under our news section, which is now on our homepage, and social media channels, and it was shared with different organizations that represent physicians in healthcare facilities where physicians may practice. Further, an article is being drafted for the December newsletter, a full article, not just a mention. As we get questions, we've already received some questions from physicians in response to that notification that went on Monday. As we get those questions, of course, we'll be responsive to them, but then we'll use that to build out the FAQ so that everyone can learn everything they need to know. Next is AB 1636, which has multiple provisions related to applicant and licensee sexual misconduct. For this bill, we will be updating any relevant website content relating to these topics and include an article about this new law in our newsletter early next year. Moving on to AB 2178, which makes minor adjustments to the requirements related to an academic medical center. To implement this, licensing staff will contact Cedars-Sinai, which is the only qualified AMC so far, to obtain new documentation regarding the updated requirements, and this bill will be mentioned in our newsletter. Moving to AB 2626, that prohibits this board and certain other licensing boards from disciplining a licensee or denying an application for licensure solely for performing an abortion consistent with the standard of care. This bill is not expected to change our licensing or disciplinary outcomes. Therefore, this bill will be mentioned in our December newsletter. Next is SB 528, which requires certain forms related to prescriptions of psychotropic medications to foster youth be included within the case plan of that foster youth. Again, with this, be mentioned in our newsletter. Next is SB 923, various provisions in this bill that pertain to organizations and units beyond the jurisdiction of the board. But the bill also suggests additional recommended topics to address the cultural competency requirements related to CME, specifically with respect to patients who identify as transgender, gender diverse, or intersex. The bill does not create any new requirements for licensees. Rather, it provides them additional options while they're pursuing CME. So staff proposed this we mentioned in our December newsletter. SB 1259 authorizes pharmacists to independently furnish to patients any opioid antagonist approved by the FDA, subject to protocols that are adopted by both the Board of Pharmacy and this board. I've begun initial discussions with pharmacy board staff on the process to update those protocols, and we will mention this in our December newsletter. Finally, SB 1440 makes a technical and clarifying change to the Licensed Midwifery Practice Act relating to investigating quality of care complaints against a licensed midwife. For this one as well, we plan to mention it in our newsletter. That's my prepared remarks. Madam President, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bone. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Dr. Hawkins.
So comment about two bills. One is the electronic prescribing, and the other was the pharmacist dispensing opiate agonists. So I remember some time back, there was concern about the electronic prescribing, particularly in certain communities where maybe physicians or healthcare providers did not have access or were not using EHR, electronic health records. And then I also remember with HIV and dispensing medications by the pharmacist to somebody exposed to HIV. And so there was a great deal of concern about these, and some members of medical societies had concerns about both. And one thing I would say is that although there were real concerns about these being problems, what we found is that this was something that really, really improved efficiencies. So, for example, the pharmacy, as a person has to call to the pharmacist or have my staff call the pharmacist to call in a medication, you never can get through, you're online forever. And you leave a message, and they may or may not get that message, yet the patient needs the medication, things like Paxlovid for HIV and whatever else they need. So some of these bills that initially appear to be problematic really do improve efficiencies and allow us to get medications and provide other services to patients quicker. And so these are the two I'd like to just mention specifically, because we found that to be very, very helpful. That is, pharmacy dispensing things that they know how to dispense with a protocol, and physicians and other providers are being able to prescribe medications electronically.
Thank you. Other board member comments or questions? All right, we'll open it up to public comment, and I have Wendy connect.
Okay, there you go. I wanted to really say thank you to the board for supporting this bill, AB 1278, the physicians and surgeon payment disclosure that requires the Open Payments website to be publicized. It really means a lot to me, and I worked with my assembly member for 2 years on that bill, and you know, the CMA really tried to fight that tooth and nail to kill it, but we were successful in keeping in making a good start, let's put it that way. But I just wanted to bring this to your attention. On the CMA's website, when they have their publication for new laws for 2023, they do disclose that the physician must provide notice of the Open Payments database to their patients. However, they make no mention of the requirement to post clearly in their office and on their own website. And I know it was very clear in the email that you put out. So I know, and all physicians get that, so that's good. But I just want you to be aware of that, and hopefully there'll be a way for I know it's a big ask for the medical board to, you know, supervise the implementation of that bill, and hopefully make, what's the word, kind of, you know, do the proper, just to ensure that it gets implemented the way it's supposed to, and that, as you know, it's considered unprofessional conduct to not comply. So I just hope maybe the CMA will get the message, and physicians that are getting their information from them will not be, you know, in harm's way because of that. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comments in the room?
I would just like to add, kind of following up on Ms. Connect's comments, that you know, we intend to do multiple communications about this. So hopefully that, you know, some repetition will help to get all the accurate information and requirements out to our licensees.
Terrific, thank you. It looks like we have one public comment on the line.
Susan Lauren, your line is open.
Hi. I'm very concerned about the gender-affirming surgeries that are being done. Obviously, I support people being their full self, feeling happy in who they are. The surgeons, including especially plastic surgeons and people that are altering bodies, are grooming people to feel that they can't live without their surgeries. And having been so harmed and talking to people for 11 years who you don't know, who haven't filed complaints, and who live around the world as well, you know, you're talking about liposuction, mastectomies, hysterectomies. You're talking about removing penis, testicles, prostate, shortening the urethra. In Sweden and Finland, they blocked puberty blockers because of the bad and unknown effects. And I have talked personally to people who identify as transgender and had some of these surgeries, and now they are suicidal, and they weren't before. And they're suicidal because of all of the bad effects, the bad hormonal effects, the pain, the bad treatment by the doctors who lie and assault. You can't just, these are body parts. They're not disposable. What are they teaching you in medical school? Seriously. You're just removing body parts, and then if anyone talks about it, just not that it's really anyone's business, but I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm an independent voter because I don't see anyone doing the right thing. And I am not religious. And I support people. This is not about bigotry. It's about common sense. So it really concerns me that California has made this state a destination for removal of healthy body parts from minors and adults. And it's just like, I feel like I'm just crying out to the wind, and what are you doing about it? There's going to be short-term anecdotes saying, oh, gee, I'm so happy, and a lot of casualties. So this is very concerning. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Are there additional commenters on the line? We have one more.
Yes, Ms. Tracy Dominguez, your line is open.
Hi, everybody, Christina and the board. I know, Christina, you don't like when it's out of order, but I have been trying for the last half hour to comment on 8B, but it's very short. I just want to, I apologize, but I've been kicked off. I couldn't get in the queue. It was really havoc this morning.
No problem.
Like
Please go ahead.
My name is Tracy, yes, and I'm from Bakersfield, and I am a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. And I just want to say we need the rights. We need rights, and you want a complaint unit. We need rights over our consumer complaints and equal as the doctor's rights already have. Tell me how a complaint unit would have stopped a Bakersfield doctor from harming and causing deaths of mothers and babies for 25 years. It wouldn't have. It wouldn't have saved one life. We have a crisis here in Bakersfield. We keep coming to these meetings telling you our crisis, and we aren't being heard. It's time to listen. We are asking that with you or without a complaint unit, that you change the Business and Profession Code to guarantee that complaints or surviving family members like myself are interviewed before the quality of death complaint is dismissed. There are too many mothers that have filed complaints, and the complaints went nowhere with no communication. How could you allow this to continue, knowing that so many mothers and babies are being harmed by one doctor? I had to fight and push through my daughter's complaint with no communication from the enforcement staff. You want to compare a complaint unit from a criminal division of victims that are given automatic rights to a complaint unit for victims that have absolutely no rights. This is not going to work unless you guarantee that you will include it in the Sunset Review legislation priorities to change the Business and Professional Code to guarantee that families are interviewed before the death complaint is dismissed. I thank you very much for listening to me, and I am really looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Hopefully my drive, there's supposed to be rain, but I'll be there. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you. And if we just, for the minutes, let make sure that reflects that that was for agenda item 8. It looks like we have one more public commenter.
Christina, your line is open.
Thank you. Christina Hildebrand with the Voice for Choice Advocacy. We educate and advocate for informed choice and transparency of what goes into your body. I'm just curious, and I mentioned this during the public comment because it wasn't on the agenda, but I'm just curious why AB 2098, which, as I have said, is one of the most controversial and has gotten the most press pieces of legislation that was passed this year, and directly affects the medical board and how the medical board is going to move forward with misinformation and disinformation is not on this list, and why it's not on this list. And so I would ask you to address that. Thank you.
Thank you. To address that question specifically about AB 2098, it's not on our agenda due to pending litigation. Are there any further comments? Questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, any further comments or questions in the room? Okay, seeing none, we are going to move on to agenda item 11B, discussion and possible action to amend Title 16, California Code of Regulations, sections 1364.10 and 1364.11 regarding citations and fines. Ms. Webb.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. And everyone's favorite topic, regulations, cite and fine. In this case, the board staff is working on updating the citation and fine regulations and changing the structure of the regulations to help them stay current. You will see under section 1364.11 in your materials a list of statutes and regulations for which a citation and fine and/or order of abatement may be issued. Board staff explored eliminating the list of citable offenses by indicating that the board official could issue citations, including those containing orders of abatement and/or fines, to any licensee for a violation of any statute or regulation, which would be grounds for discipline by the board. However, through further review, we determined that eliminating the entire list could result in the board's authority to issue the citation being challenged in certain circumstances. Consequently, we recommend maintaining a streamlined list of citable offenses and adding additional language to include relevant practice acts and any other statute or regulation upon which the board may base a disciplinary action. Part of this is because there are some statutes and regulations in there that are not within the Medical Practice Act and not within the board's own regulation, but they've already been approved for the board to issue cite and fine. So if we were to strike those, that's the reason why we're keeping certain ones in, eliminating the ones that are in our Practice Act, and saying anything within our Practice Act can be subject to a cite and fine. So board staff also recommends amending the provisions relating to fine assessment to indicate that the amount shall not exceed the amount specified in Business and Professions Code section 125.9B3. This change will update the board's authority to assess fines to the full extent authorized under this section. I'm asking for a motion to do the following, and so I'll state the motion, and if a member agrees, you can just say so moved. You don't have to restate the very long, detailed motion. So I'm asking for a motion to, 1, approve the text, 2, direct staff to prepare the necessary regulatory documents to submit to the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, and upon DCA and agency approval, submit the documents to the Office of Administrative Law to notice the proposed regulatory language to amend sections 1364.10 and 1364.11 of Division 13 of Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations, and if no substantive adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period, authorize staff to finalize the rulemaking file and submit it to DCA and agency, and upon approval to the Office of Administrative Law, and to make any technical or non-substantive changes and adopt the language without returning to the board.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Do we have a second?
Second.
Great. Are there any questions, comments from the members? All right, seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the public present in the hearing room? All right, seeing none, let's go to the phone. We have none on the phone. All right, we'll bring it back to us. No questions or comments? All right, Ms. Lopez, if you could please perform the roll call vote.
Yes. Go ahead. Okay. Mr. Brooks? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Zhang?
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Sai?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Ms. Austin?
Yes. All right, that motion is approved. We'll move on to agenda item 12, discussion and possible action on recommendation from the Special Faculty Review Committee. Dr. Helzer.
Thank you. During our WebEx meeting on September 21st, the Special Faculty Permit Review Committee reviewed and discussed two applications. Dr. Hatice Kader Karliaguz's application for a special faculty appointment with the UC Davis School of Medicine, and Dr. Carl Peter Lindholm's application for a special faculty appointment with the UCSD School of Medicine. Please turn to agenda item 12 in your meeting packet for a detailed report on the applicant's qualifications, medical education, and postgraduate training. The first applicant is Dr. Hatice Kader Karliaguz. Dr. Karliaguz is internationally recognized for her clinical and research expertise in neuroradiology and pediatric neuroradiology. Her areas of expertise include imaging of epilepsy, autoimmune disease, neurodegenerative and inherited metabolic diseases, and brain tumors. The Department of Radiology at UC Davis recommended her appointment based on her extensive body of work, where she will continue to expand our understanding of neurologic conditions and diseases. She is expected to engage in clinical activities in inpatient and outpatient venues, including neuroradiology, advanced neuroimaging techniques, diagnostic radiology, and she will develop an independent research program. Dr. Karliaguz is currently Professor in Chief of Neuroradiology at Hacettepe University in Turkey. Additionally, she is an affiliated professor with the National Magnetic Resonance Research Center at Bilkent University, also in Turkey. She has engaged in many projects and multidisciplinary research endeavors and has numerous publications and citations of her work, which exemplify her distinguished academic and professional standing. If approved by the board, Dr. Karliaguz will hold a full-time faculty position as a visiting professor in the Department of Radiology at UC Davis. UC Davis has demonstrated that Dr. Karliaguz is academically eminent and qualified to hold a full-time faculty clinical appointment. In summary, the committee reviewed Dr. Karliaguz's application and qualifications and recommends that the board approve her application for a special faculty permit. The second applicant is Dr. Carl Peter Lindholm. Dr. Lindholm is internationally recognized for his clinical and research expertise in radiology and hyperbaric and diving medicine. The Department of Health Sciences Academic Affairs at UCSD recommended his appointment to the Department of Emergency Medicine and Radiology based on his academic accomplishments and clinical expertise. Dr. Lindholm is expected to develop a program of research in hyperbaric and diving medicine. Additionally, he will teach students, residents, and fellows in hyperbaric and diving medicine, and he may also teach in other areas, including radiology and physiology. Dr. Lindholm currently serves as professor in residence and endowed chair in the Department of Emergency Medicine and as adjunct professor in the Department of Radiology at UCSD. He has had multiple publications and has received awards due to his research, which exemplify his distinguished academic and professional standing. If approved by the board, Dr. Lindholm will hold a full-time faculty position in the Departments of Emergency Medicine and Radiology at UCSD. UCSD has demonstrated that Dr. Lindholm is academically eminent and clearly qualified to hold a full-time clinical faculty appointment. In summary, the committee reviewed his application and qualifications and recommends that the board approve his application for a special faculty permit. Accordingly, I move that we approve Dr. Karliaguz and Dr. Lindholm for Business and Professions Code Section 2168.1A1B special faculty permit appointments as recommended by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Helzer. I think that was a motion, so can I have a second?
Second, Dr. Hawkins.
Great. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Any comments or, comments from the public present in the hearing room? Any comments on the line? All right, we'll bring it back. Double checking again, no comments. Ms. Lopez, if you could please call the roll.
Dr. Balad,
Yes.
Mr. Brooks, Dr. Hawkins,
Yes.
Dr. Hauser,
Yes.
Ms. Zhang,
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano,
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood,
Yes.
Mr. Rue,
Yes.
Dr. Tsai,
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Aye.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes. Thank you. That motion carries and it's approved. All right, now on to the most exciting part of our board meeting, scheduling. Agenda item 13, discussion and possible action on our 2023 quarterly board meeting dates. Mr. Persifka.
Well, Madam President, I'm honored to present the most exciting part of the agenda. You have options 1 and options 2. You have to choose, but it's either one or the other. The dates have been chosen to have the proper spacing for the timing and decision of cases. So the issue before the board is, do they go with option 1 or with option 2?
Does anyone have a strong preference?
I prefer option 2.
Okay,
As do I.
all right.
Yeah, I agree.
Does anyone want to offer a counterpoint?
In looking at the calendar, I favor 1 just because some of the dates run into a holiday weekend.
Yes.
And so if people were planning to take an extra day here or there, it would conflict with the
Yes.
meeting date.
Option 2 has 2 separate dates that run into holiday weekends, I believe.
Whichever option we choose, could we perhaps schedule our dates further in advance next year?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yes, we can look at dates in like the August meeting for the following year.
That would be great because many of us make our schedule a few months in advance.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea,
This is
actually.
in February, actually, for our next meeting.
I'm sorry?
I have a conflict that I won't be able to attend option 1 in February.
Yeah, okay. All right. I have a slight preference for option 1, but okay.
Or do we know which ones may be virtual? That might make a difference.
That's a good question. Are
We have flexibility on that.
how long do we have flexibility on that for? Through June? Is that right? Carrie, do you know? Aaron?
It's through June.
Through June, okay. So what we had planned to do while sort of tentatively planned to do while the virtual option remains in effect is to alternate back and forth so that we do 1 in person and 1 virtual and then 1, back in person and kind of, again, try to alternate from Northern to Southern California, also potentially the Central Valley at some point, like we've done in the past. So I think that's what we might propose to do, but I don't think these aren't set as to location yet, correct? Yeah. And I mean, would the board, I assume the board would like that option of going back and forth, maybe for convenience sake, in terms of virtual and then in person? All right.
On that point, Madam
Yeah.
President, with respect to the interim meetings that are focused on legislation and sunset review, it was at least my vision that those would be online.
Right.
And that, this would just be, very discreetly focused and that isn't necessary for the full members to gather in person.
Right. Okay.
Out of curiosity, those interim meetings, are they full-day meetings or?
I believe no. I hope not. Those were chosen to align with the legislative calendar, as well as take advantage of the online meeting option that we have currently through June 30.
Yeah, and I think those are intended to have us hold those dates, right? Because we're going to be going through the sunset review process. Obviously, there'll be other legislation moving as well.
Yes.
And, last year we did struggle to get some of those interim dates on calendar. So it was just intended to have early dates on calendar so we can weigh in.
And we may be able to release the dates if
Right.
we end up not needing a meeting.
No, and we recognize, look, there's schedule conflicts that come up, right? I mean, we have, you know, one board member who's not here. I know we'll have someone who's, you know, not able to be here tomorrow. So I'm not looking for perfect attendance at all of these dates. Does someone want to select one? Dr. Sai, you like the non-vacation, you like the non-holiday weekend option, option one?
I just think that a lot of people may leave early.
Right.
And so is it a motion to select option one, or is it a majority rules type of?
Can we
Okay,
take a brief straw poll, show of hands?
Sure. That sounds like a great idea. Should have thought of it.
Then I'll move.
All right, how about a straw poll on option one? How about a straw, okay, option two?
So
right.
I move that we set our meeting for option one.
Okay. All right, so I need a second for that.
A second. Mhm.
Great. Are there any questions or comments from board members about the option we've just preliminarily selected? Are there any comments from those in the hearing room?
I just want to throw out that, like Dr. Helzer, I will not be able to attend the February if it's option one.
Okay. You know what, I appreciate we should be scheduling February more like in August. So maybe if staff can make a note of that, because it's true, people set their schedules at least a couple months in advance these days. So we'll make a note of that. Okay, any public comments from those in the hearing room? Any public comments on the phone? No one wants to talk to us about scheduling? All right, we'll bring it back. Ms. Lopez, if you could perform a roll call vote for scheduling option one.
Dr. Balad?
Yes.
Mr. Brooks? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Helzer? Dr.
Abstain.
Helzer? Ms. Zhang?
Also abstain.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Wu?
Yes.
Dr. Sai?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yeah.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes. All right, the first set of dates for the 2023 meetings are approved. We will move on to agenda item 14, discussion and possible action on proposed agenda item for the Midwifery Advisory Council meeting. Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you. This agenda item is to add an agenda item to the Midwifery Advisory Council's next meeting. The agenda item is to add what we just went over as a board, the discussion and possible action regarding 2023 Midwifery Advisory Council meeting dates. And I just needed to point out that the memo does say the next meeting is scheduled for December 8th. However, that meeting's been canceled and it will be rescheduled ideally for December. We're just confirming dates right now.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. May I have a motion to approve the proposed agenda item for the MAC?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Are there any questions or comments?
I got a quick question. For all the meetings, normally panel meetings are the Wednesday. Is that noon, right?
You've gone back and
I'm sorry.
agenda item.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah, I know.
but
Okay.
that's fine.
Yeah,
Yes.
because so it's at noon, and usually the board meetings are in the morning, right? 9 or 10 a.m. on both days, for the most part.
It varies depending on the caseload. We try to do panel meetings the Thursday morning, and then the full board meeting starts in the afternoon. And so we've had to change the scheduling based on the number of non-adoptions and hearings and held cases. So it's a good idea to try to hold that Wednesday just in case, but if we can, we'll do it the Thursday morning.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, so back to agenda item 14. Any comments or questions about the new Midwifery Advisory Council agenda item? Any questions or comments from the public in the room? On the phone? All right, we'll bring it back. Ms. Lopez, if you could please perform the roll call vote.
Dr. Balad?
Yes.
Mr. Brooks? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Zhang?
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Wu?
Yes.
Dr. Sai?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes. All right, thank you. That is approved. The board is now going to recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I believe we're back in this room. And the plan tomorrow is to go from, let me look at my agenda, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. here. So we will see you all back then. I don't know what to do with myself. I think this is the first time the board meeting has ended early, so I hope you all have an enjoyable rest of your afternoon. And we'll see you tomorrow morning.